last night, a sold-out Yankee Stadium set a dramatic background for a classic postseason game. The New York stage was set for the captain, the grizzled veteran, the hired gun, and the kid. In spectacular fashion, they all provided classic performances worthy of the occasion. Breaking ball hit towards third. Oh, what a night for Boggs already. Struck him out. Rips it deep. Goodbye. Mariners ace Randy Johnson, sitting helplessly on the bench, could only watch as David Cone handled the Mariners early. But in the seventh, Griffey Jr. took him deep for the second time, and the game was tied. But the Yankees broke the game open in the bottom of the seventh, capped by a home run by Ruben Hot Dog Sierra. 2-1 Sierra, deep right field, way back, goodbye, home run, Ruben Sierra. Lou Piniella realizes the depth of the hole of the Mariners if they go down two. They've showed the middle of their lineup can dance on a New York stage, but they must exceed the opening night's performance if this series is going to continue. Packed house at Yankee Stadium in New York as the division series continues. Game 2 between the Seattle Mariners and the New York Yankees. The Yankees, winning last night, have taken the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Welcome to the Bronx, everybody. Gary Thorne and Tommy Hutton, delighted to have you with us here again tonight. For the Yankees in their victory last night, Tommy, some good old-fashioned baseball table setting.
Luis Polonia, who'd been hitting leadoff, became expendable and was traded. All of a sudden, Boggs moved from number 2 to the leadoff spot. Bernie Williams came from down in the lineup to number 2. The Yankees took off, so did Boggs and Williams, and boy, did they do the job last night. Boggs and Williams were 6 for 10 with 4 RBIs and 5 runs scored.
Some other great numbers last night were put up by the Seattle Mariners all season long. The middle of the M's lineup devastated Yankee pitching. These are the numbers from last night's game. How in the world can the middle of your lineup have those kind of numbers and you still lose the ball game? The answer, Tommy, was right back to the top.
Yeah, it was, and I tell you, they just had the wrong table setter. Vince Coleman and Joey Cora last night were 0 for 8. The only 2 times they reached base on walks, they scored. Tonight, Lou Piniella's made a little bit of a change. He has Luis Sojo hitting in the number 2 spot. Cora moves down to number 9.
Andy Bennis starts tonight. The bullpen wasn't good. They need a big night out of him.
They need 5, 6, maybe 7 innings out of Bennis. Belcher will be available in the bullpen. So will Norm Charlton.
Our starting pitchers tonight, a rookie, will go for the New York Yankees. Andy Pettitte. He has been very good. Andy Bennis makes the start for the M's. Other games going on in the division series tonight. We'll keep you abreast. Hannah Storm, our Baseball Night at America studios.
Everybody, I'm Hannah Storm. Welcome to night 2 of the division series. What a start to the postseason celebration last night. Capped off early this morning in Cleveland, bottom of the 13th, former Red Sox catcher Tony Pena at the plate, and Bob Costas with the call.
Oh man, Tony Pena on 3-0 sends everybody home.
The Indians win, but Albert Bell had his bat confiscated after an 11th inning home run. The Red Sox accusing the home run champ of a corked bat. As you can see, nothing but wood there, setting a controversial stage for Game 2. At Yankee Stadium, Ken Griffey Jr.'s 2 home runs, not enough last night for the Mariners. Tonight they look to even the series and get their first ever postseason win. In the National League, Chipper Jones providing the drama. The Rookie of the Year candidate broke a tie in the top of the 9th inning with his 2nd home run of the game, putting the Braves up with a 1-0 lead over Colorado. And in Los Angeles, Reds lefty John Smiley tries to give Cincinnati a commanding 2-0 lead at Dodger Stadium. Night 2 promises more playoff magic as the division series continue after this from your local station.
Back here at Yankee Stadium, the standing ovation is for their former shortstop and former broadcaster, the Scooter. Phil Rizzuto throwing out the first pitch. Holy cow, he threw a strike. Scooter retired this year, of course, from the broadcast booth. He's a beloved figure here. Can't help but smile when you see that guy, can you? If you think he's loose, you wouldn't expect that kind of looseness in the Seattle dugout. Tommy Hutton, he looks pretty loose.
Well, I think Junior was getting ready for Scooter's pitch. He may have also been imitating Ruben Sierra just a little bit.
Let's take a look at tonight's Budweiser Mariners starting lineup. Vince Coleman's back in there leading it off in left field. Luis Sojo moves up in the lineup to bat second. Ken Griffey Jr. in center. Edgar Martinez the DH. Jay Buhner will be in right field. Mike Flowers at third base. Tito Martinez moved down in the lineup against the left-handers at first. Dan Wilson will be doing the catching and batting eighth. And Joey Cora makes the start at second base and will bat ninth for Seattle. And this rookie is going to make the start for the Yankees. The heart's got to be pounding a little, but he put up some very impressive numbers. Andy Pettitte out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 23 years old, rookie season.
Well, he's a youngster making his first postseason start, Gary, but I tell you what, he won 6 of his last 7 starts. He was 5-1 in the month of powering with his fastball. He has to have good control. He has a breaking ball and an excellent changeup, so watch for some of the Mariner hitters to be off balance a little bit. Defensively, behind the left-hander, Andy Pettitte. Talked about Bernie Williams last night in center field, chasing down just about anything into the gaps. Up the middle, the veterans, Fernandez and Velarde. A great play by Boggs last night on a diving stab of a line drive. And the captain, 9-time Gold Glover Don Mattingly, and Jim Leyritz gets the start. He's been the catcher the last 7 starts for Andy Pettitte, so Mike Stanley not in there tonight.
Lou Piniella's team going home after tonight's game. They want to go back 1-1. Buck Showalter's New York Yankees have won their last 6. They finished the season with a 5-game win streak and a 9-6 win in Game 1 last night. Another capacity crowd at Yankee Stadium, ready to go on a very humid night. It's only about 71 degrees, cloudy and kind of drizzly all day, but no real rain. It's been everywhere but here. Let's check in with Hannah Storm.
Gary, got a score already in the Braves-Rockies game. Rockies starter Lance Painter, who struck out last night with the bases loaded to end the game. Here's his first pitch, and he gives up a home run to Marquise Grissom. This is Grissom's 2nd home run of the series, and Painter having a tough go in just his 2nd start of the year. Gary and Tommy.
Anna, he's got to be wondering what happened, and so's Don Baylor, who got caught with the bases loaded in the 9th inning without anyone to hit except Painter, the starting pitcher in today's game. Ouch. 2 ball, no strike count on Vince Coleman, who had the 0 for 4 in last night's game. Coleman, a switch hitter, 326 right, 277 left. He's just trying to get on. That's what Tommy was talking about. Seattle did not get their table setters on last night, and while the middle of the order was hitting, they didn't have people to drive home.
Because of the left-hander Andy Pettitte out there, Lou Piniella made the change and brought Sojo up to the 2nd spot and moved Joey Cora down to number 9.
2 ball, 1 strike count. Left-hander's pitch, chopped towards short. Fernandez is there. Got to hurry it. Got him. So the leadoff man, Vince Coleman, and the 5th leading base stealers out of there.
I'll tell you what, if it were 90 feet 3 inches to first base, Vince Coleman would probably have 3 hits in this series. He's had 3 close plays, and Tony Fernandez doesn't always gun it over there, but he knew he had to get everything on it to get Coleman on that play. One of life's mysteries. How did they know 90 feet was going to be perfect? Still no answer to that. 1 down. Here's Luis Sojo. The reason he's moved up in the order, he's got the 5th highest batting average against left-handed pitchers in the American League. So when you got a guy putting up those kind of numbers against southpaws, you're not going to have him hitting in the bottom part of the order, and indeed he is not, as he goes from the bottom up to number 2. Sojo fouls that one off. He hit .360 against left-handers this year. Look at the differential there between left and right. That is an amazing number. There's Joey Cora, who was in the number 2 spot last night and will bat 9th in this game. Slaps that one towards short. Fernandez, quick pickup. tell you what, there's something about watching Tony Fernandez pick a ground ball when he goes to his right or his left. He's gone to his right once. Now he glides over to the left. Has a little more time on this play. And we mentioned the many gold gloves. 4 for Tony, 9 for Don Mattingly, 1 for Wade Boggs in the Yankee infield.
He started the season with the highest fielding percentage by a shortstop in Major League history. And he's picked the first 2 here. 2 down, Ken Griffey Jr. He quieted Yankee Stadium a couple of times last night. 2 home runs, went 3 for 5. One that tied it up, a 2-run shot in the 7th inning, but not enough. Off the end of the bat and fouls that one off. Andy Pettitte's an interesting story. Buck Showalter, towards the end of the season, after Pettitte had won so many games, 12 of them, said, you know, I do not remember him from spring training. I knew there was an Andy Pettitte, but I really wasn't sure who it was. They had a couple of injuries. Jimmy Key was one. Scott Kamenicki was another. They had to bring somebody up. He had started with a team out of the bullpen with the injuries. They brought him back up, put him in the starting rotation on May 27th. And this 23-year-old left-hander has not looked back. 2-strike count. The fans are up for a strikeout.
That's where you really have to control your emotions, especially if you're a type of pitcher that Andy Pettitte is. The crowd getting into the game, they want the strikeout. He's not really a strikeout pitcher, even though he did have 114 in his 175 innings. He has to control it and hit spots.
2 strikes on Junior, and he pops it up center field, not deep. Bernie Williams. So the rookie, in his first postseason start, retires the Mariners in order. Yankees coming up here in the bottom half of the first inning. Here's tonight's Budweiser Yankees starting lineup. Wade Boggs leads it off at third base. Bernie Williams will be in center field. Paul O'Neill in right. Ruben Sierra is the DH. Don Mattingly follows him at first base. Deion James in left. Jim Luriett's doing the catching. Tony Fernandez at short. And Randy Velarde, second base and batting ninth.
Very interesting comparison in these 2 pitchers, both starting for the first time in postseason. Andy Pettitte, a rookie. Andy Benes has won 76 major league games. He came over to the Mariners from the San Diego Padres. He's pitched very well, except for his last start. He's really been sporadic at times. He won 4 of his last 5 ball games, but his last start, a disaster against the Texas Rangers. He lasted just an inning and a third, gave up 7 hits and 7 runs. The other thing about Benes, if he's good, he's real good. He'll stay out there 6, 7, 8 innings. If he's bad, he's real bad. He had 4 starts where he pitched less than 3 2/3 innings. Good fastball, good hard slider, and every once in a while he'll use the change against the left-handed hitters. Soho and Cora up the middle for the Seattle Mariners. Look at that. Mariners 108 double plays, fewest in the American League. Doesn't matter tonight because in Benes' starts with Seattle, they haven't turned 1.
Andy Benes is the most pronounced fly ball pitcher in baseball right now. He does not get ground balls, so he hasn't had a double play in the last 12 starts. Wade Boggs, what a night he had last night. Those numbers at the plate and a very important play at third base. And he snared a line drive that ended an inning off the bat of Dan Wilson in the 4th. He was spectacular and rose to the occasion. Those are the career numbers for Boggs in postseason play. Benes misses up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. For Andy Benes, this ball game may be worth about $2.5 to $3 million. He is a free agent. They got him to win big games. He didn't win the game against Texas. Another big game here tonight. A lot of ball clubs, including the Seattle Mariners, will be watching how he performs in this game to decide whether or not they go after him and pay him money.
The only other time Lou Piniella had him out there against the Yankees was at the Kingdome in Seattle. 7 innings, but he gave up a few runs, 8 hits and 7 runs in that 7-inning stint.
Boggs is retired, 1 away in the first for the Yankees. This 1995 Division Series game is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich. Get it while it's hot. And Beechwood Age Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. Bernie Williams for the Yankees, batting in the number 2 spot. Finished the season with the second highest batting average in the month of September. A red-hot hitter coming into the playoffs for the Yankees. And a very fine defensive player as well. Andy Bennis will be made to wait as Williams stands out on him. Take a look where he is. He is back in that batter's box. Slightly open stance, gets the head turned around to face Bennis and takes the fastball strike.
A good sign for Bennis. He's coming in with hard strikes, good control, 92-mile-an-hour fastball that last pitch.
Bennis did well since coming over in the deal that brought him to Seattle. 7-2 with the Mariners. He was 11-9 overall. And the Mariners, in the 12 starts he made with them, went 10-2. But what looms in his mind and the Mariners' mind right now is that last game against Texas. If he had won that ball game and had pitched better, there might not have been a playoff game. Johnson would have started game 1, and this whole scenario would have been a whole lot different. A slider at the knees for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bernie Williams.
Talked about his fastball, but he also utilizes the slider to lefties and righties. Here he comes into the back door with a good slider to Bernie Williams.
For Bennis, left-handers hit 329 off him. Right-handers 207. Go figure. Popped up. Shortstop. Soho backing up. Shallow.
One other thing on Andy Bennis, Gary. The Mariners did something they haven't done a lot of in their history. To acquire Bennis, they got rid of a couple of young prospects, something they had in the past always held on to. Left-handed pitcher Ron Vallone, an outfielder Mark Newfield. A couple of good young players who should someday help the San Diego Padres.
Grounded by O'Neill into center field for a base hit. Paul O'Neill, who has faced Bennis more than any other Yankee because they played against each other in the National League, continues his hot bat against this right-hander. He's now 12 for 33 in his career against Bennis.
They play Paul O'Neill to pull. Times you ask Paul O'Neill, especially if you're a lefty, you want to tap into O'Neill to find out how he works left-handed hitters.
Runner on. Ruben Sierra, the designated hitter, a switch hitter. Lifts that one to center field. Griffey back and over towards right a bit, and that's it. No runs, a base hit. The Yankees leave 1 after 1 at the stadium. No score.
Nothing to score. A little exchange in the dugout. Andy Bennis and his manager Lou Piniella. I think what they were talking about Paul O'Neill. He's saying, well, he got the base hit. Piniella saying, that's all right. Let him get the base hit up the middle. Don't let him hit the ball out of the ballpark and pull it.
Can live with a 2-out single, right?
Yeah.
Here's Edgar Martinez, league's leading hitter. And folks, he put a number up Tommy and I were just talking about. I cannot believe. He went 3 for 4 with the singles in last night's game. But on the year, this guy hit .433 against left-handers. And he lines that one to right field, and O'Neill's got it. When a left-hander gets Edgar Martinez out, you say a little prayer and move on. 1 down.
Well, Paul O'Neill can join my golf course anytime. He's replacing the divot. But that's about the way you're going to get Edgar Martinez out against a left-hander. A line drive and a great play. O'Neill has to stay with it, battle the lights, and then takes a little piece of the Yankee Stadium turf.
Good play by O'Neill. 1 down here, and Jay Buhner coming up. Buhner off the glove all the way to the back. Let's check in again with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Gary, at Dodger Stadium, bottom of the first 2 outs, Eric Karros at the plate facing Reds lefty John Smiley, and Karros with the RBI double to left. Brett Butler comes in to score, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead going to the top of the second now as they look to even this series at home against Cincinnati. Gary and Tommy?
Or the Dodgers will take that because they got hit hard and early by Cincinnati in that loss and never got into game 1 of that series, won by the Reds. 2-0 the count. Jay Buhner waiting, and the big cut right on through Andy Pettitte's fastball. 2-1.
Tough assignment out there for John Smiley following Pete Shorrock. Similar type pitchers. Dodgers see those two lefties back to back.
Pettitte likes to rock along here. He bounces that one down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Jay Buhner loves hitting here at Yankee Stadium. Buhner has now delivered 10 home runs in his last 69 at-bats here at Yankee Stadium. He's put up RBI numbers as well. Underway in these other games with the Braves on top and Grissom's home run on the first pitch. Karros has hit that one for the Dodgers, and the walk here to Buhner. So Andy Pettitte gives up a 1-out walk here in the second inning. Jay Buhner on. Pettitte walked 63 in 175 innings, striking out 114 during the regular season.
I'll tell you another thing this 22nd round left-hander did. Of his 12 wins, his 12-9 record, he was 8-2 right here at Yankee Stadium.
Cone still undefeated at Yankee Stadium with a victory last night. 7 wins during the regular season, and the victory. Flowers hit .341 against lefties. Strong number. 7 home runs off southpaws during the regular season. For the team, Seattle was 25-28 against left-handed starters during the course of the year, facing Andy Pettitte, the left-hander for the Yankees. No score. We are in the second inning. Runner at first base for the M's with 1 away. And Blowers takes the changeup up high. 2-1.
This is where you do get into a situation for the Mariners. It's a tough ball game for them, but they do have a little bit of an advantage. You talked about Edgar Martinez, his average against lefties. Luis Sojo, Blowers a better hitter against left-handed pitching. So their lineup, the one they want, is in there tonight.
Yep. Andy Pettitte swung on and missed. Overhand breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Flowers, one of the former Yankees who didn't get the night he wanted last night. And these Yankee fans in it all last night, in it again tonight. 1-2 count. Runner at first. Flowers takes it away. 2-2.
The great quote by Mike Stanley. He's not catching tonight. Larritz has been catching Pettitte, but Stanley said there's not a whole lot of panic with Andy Pettitte. You don't see it in his eyes. All you see is confidence.
Pettitte said his wife asked him, "Were you going to be nervous making that start?" That from a 23-year-old who came up this season really not expected to be here at all. Worked just a couple of games at Columbus when he went down for about a week and a half. And then he led the American League rookie pitchers in wins, and second only to Hideo Nomo. Nomo had 13 W's. Pettitte had a dozen. 2 ball, 2 strike count on Blowers. Holds it at 2-2. Concerned about rain all day here in New York, with tremendous amounts of precipitation all over the eastern half of the U.S. and that ferocious hurricane pushing the humidity up. But around New York, it rained all day in the city, around Manhattan, here in the Bronx. A couple of drops. That was it. 2-2 delivery. Just
stuff away, some change-ups away. Tried to go inside with a fastball and missed with it off the plate.
Dale Scott's the home plate umpire. His shoulder that gave it that little twitch that stayed down. 3-2 the count. And he fights it off again. This is a good at-bat by Blowers. Managers love to see hitters do this early in a game. One, it's great for the hitter because he gets to see the repertoire of the opposing pitcher for the night. Secondly, though, it starts to get into that pitch count, makes the guy work early.
Yeah, it also tells you something. You saw him throw a 3-2 fastball. Pettitte will also throw the breaking ball and change up 3-2, so you can figure out what he's going to throw maybe 4th, 5th inning in a key situation.
8th pitch on this at-bat. 3-2 the count, runner at first and 1 out. Got him picked off. Jay Buhner in the rundown. Fernandez back dogs who moved over from third. Andy Pettitte almost hurt himself that time because he ran him the wrong way, but Buhner is picked off.
Buhner gets caught. I don't know if he was going or not, but Mattingly does the right thing in getting the ball to Tony Fernandez, but Tony unloads a little too soon. You can see the disgust in his head. because you don't want to get Pettitte involved, but a heads-up play by Boggs as he's there at second base to take the throw from Pettitte.
1-3-6-1-5. Fans at the stadium up with a 3-2 count on Mike Blowers. Ball 4. Second walk he's given up. Other games. Hannah Storm.
Gary checking in with the Indians' Albert Bell on his first at-bat in the wake of that corked bat controversy last night, and he responds with a double off Eric Hansen. That moves Omar Vizquel to third. Hansen would then strike out Eddie Murray to end the inning. We're still scoreless at the Jake. Let's get back to Yankee Stadium.
Thank you, Hannah. And for those who may not have heard, they did x-ray the bat. It wasn't corked. They gave it back.
X-ray his arms.
He already told him last night in no uncertain terms. It's right there, pointing to his arm.
Get an MRI on those biceps.
Left-hander Tino Martinez up. Should mention on that pickoff, that is the 13th pickoff by Andy Pettitte this season of a base runner. That is number 1 in the American League. He picked off more than anyone, and you just saw why. So there are 2 down. That's important because he's walked 2 in a row here. The breaking ball is in to Tino Martinez. 2 strikes.
It's another thing, too, to keep in mind, and I'm sure Piniella knows it, if he gets his speed on base, a Vince Coleman or maybe a Soho, guys at the top of the lineup.
Yankee Stadium crowd, they're rising for every possible third strike. Tino Martinez wants a timeout. Martinez moved down in the order, even though he's a .322 hitter against left-handers. It's a tough way to get moved down. 0-2. Breaking ball just missed.
That's a big improvement for Tino. One of the areas in his game that he has improved is hitting against left-handers. He's become more patient. A couple of years ago, may have swung at that pitch. More patient against lefties.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Runner at first, 2 down. Off that breaking ball again, fouls it off.
One other thing with Tino Martinez, we talked about a couple of years ago, he tore his knee up. By having a healthy knee now, he can stay back a little bit longer. When you have to get out in front, the left-handers are going to be a lot of trouble.
Seattle with a couple of walks this inning, but only 1 base runner on with 2 down. Flowers off first. Again, trying to catch that outside corner. Andy Pettitte also wants Martinez to chase. You can see right away why this 23-year-old is held in such high esteem by the Yankees. I mean, already you see he pitches. Not a thrower, but a pitcher. The 2-2. Fouled it off, came inside on him. He really will keep hitters off balance with his willingness to throw off-speed pitches at any point in the count.
Well, they had another Louisiana native who threw the ball pretty well, too.
Gator. Ron Guidry. 23rd pitch of the inning coming up right here as the Mariners have battled away and fouled off a lot of them to keep him working. Here's the 2-2. Another one foul back off the fist.
This might be one of those innings that the Mariners will come up empty and not score. But circle the second inning in your scorecard because they've really made Andy Pettitte pitch and work out there. Lou Piniella is going to remember this.
Given a chance for all the Mariners to see the entire repertoire and how he uses it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swung on, and that's going to be just out of the reach of Velarde. Stopping at second base will be Blowers. And O'Neill, who bobbled it, gets it back in. Oh, the Mariners keep this inning going, and that pickoff looms very large here in the second inning. First hit off Andy Pettitte. Tito Martinez single.
Boy, and he hits a good pitch. See Larrett set up on the outside corner. The breaking ball was right there. Tino Martinez stayed with it. That's a good at bat for the Mariner first baseman.
Good try by Velarde at second base, but not quite. Just out of his reach. So 2 down and 2 on. Scoreless game, second inning. Each team with a base hit now. Dan Wilson, the catcher, batting in the 8th spot. Wilson had an 0 for 3 in game 1 last night. He's .235 against left-handers during the regular season. Did pick up 3 home runs off southpaws. Andy Pettitte with 2 away. Infield and outfield, deep and straight away on Dan Wilson. Off the fist to short. Fernandez a force at second. Velarde's got it, and that'll do it. No runs, a base hit, and despite a couple of walks, Mariners do not score. Back with you at Yankee Stadium as we go to the bottom of the second inning. This ball game is scoreless.
Well, we talked about the number of pitches that Andy Pettitte threw in the second inning. Look at that compared to what he threw in the first inning. Keep in mind, too, not only did the Mariner hitters see a lot of pitches from him, so they are able to factor that in for their second at bat. He also had to throw a pitch over to first base and hustle around and be involved in a play on a runner going from first to second. So he had a busy inning.
The Yankees come up here against Andy Benes with Don Mattingly, Dion James, and Jim Leyritz. The Yankee captain, number 23. First playoff game, of course, last night ended up with a 2-for-4 ball game. His first hit delivered his first postseason RBI. Feeling a whole lot younger than he did about a week ago, Don Mattingly. And he lines this one into center field for a base hit. So Mattingly gets the second hit off Andy Benes, a leadoff single in the second inning. He's stinging the ball.
Well, because of the back problems over the last few years, he doesn't have that torque that he once had to drive the ball, but he still has that beautiful swing to hit the ball hard up the middle, left center field. Had 32 doubles on the year.
Swinging a good bat in the first 2 games of this series. Leadoff man on for the Yankees against Benes, and Dion James takes the fastball in for a strike. Dion James a 1-for-3 with that single that he picked up. He came back to the Yankees this year after spending a season in Japan and ended up making 52 starts for the Pinstripers. 0-1 to him is down low, 1-1.
It's a good choice by Dion James to play baseball in Japan in 1994.
Probably wouldn't have played anywhere else. Martinez playing behind Mattingly, the base runner, with a left-handed hitter up against Benes, who misses up high, 2-1. Tino Martinez will back off and stay behind Don Mattingly. James will try and pull that ball through that hole if he gets one on the inside part of the plate. Flowers has moved in at third base in case he thinks about laying one down. 2-ball, 1-strike count. 28-year-old pitch, hit and run was on. Soho, Mattingly's at second, so they get the out at first. So the hit and run on, Mattingly going. Slow bounder by James, played by Soho, 1 away.
It's a situation right there that Buck Showalter, because Tino Martinez was playing behind Don Mattingly, he decided to start Mattingly, get a little something going. You don't see it very often with the New York Yankees. Occasionally they will with certain players. And in that situation, especially with Martinez playing behind Mattingly.
Benes will talk with Dan Wilson, his battery mate, about working to Jim Leyritz. First time Leyritz will have faced Benes. Leyritz getting the start after Stanley started in the ball game last night. We said he has become the pitcher for the catcher, rather, for the pitcher rookie Andy Pettitte working tonight. Leyritz .269 on the season, 7 home runs, 37 RBIs, and fouls that one off. Strike 1. 1 away, 1 on. Cleveland leading the series. No score in game 2 at Jacobs Field. What a night they had. The Braves getting the Marquise Grissom home run, leading the Rockies. And the Dodgers, who are trailing in that series, have the lead in game 2 going to the 3rd.
Hershiser and Hansen pitching in that Boston-Cleveland game.
Jim Leyritz back. Andy Benes with a breaking ball, misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leyritz ended up with 68 starts during the regular season for the Yankees as a catcher. A few more appearances than that, 72 for him. 1-1. Left field behind third base, maybe playable territory. That's a big out. Not a lot of room down there either way in this line. Halfway down the stands, come right out to the foul line. Shortstops going over for balls like that really have to be careful. You can end up running into the stands easily.
Also, as you see that angle right there, a little similar in Fenway Park. It's more jutted out at Fenway Park, but if you hit a ball down that third base line, and you have to be alive for that.
Yep. Tony Fernandez. Fernandez getting the chance here. Now there are two down, though, with Mattingly on at second base. Scoreless ball game. Couple of hits for the Yankees and one for the M's. Venice with the 0-1. Right field and a leadoff single by Mattingly, not converted to a run. Mariners and Yankees here in game 2 are scoreless going to the third inning, and here's tonight's Toyota Diamond Dust Fact. Coors Field hosting a postseason game in its first season of operation. The question, can you name 5 other current stadiums that hosted postseason games? Think about that for a minute. As Joey Cora stands in against Andy Pettitte. Cora 0 for 4 last night. The switch hitter turned around in this one, and as we said, moved down in the batting order from number 2 to bat 9. That one misses. 2 balls and no strikes.
Even in this situation, they get a little bonus. Cora, a better hitter from the right side than from the left side. Over 300 as a right-handed hitter.
Well, they've put up some big numbers against left-handers. 325. You have to wonder with the big offense. As a team, they hit 297 against left-handers, yet we're 3 games under 500 against left-handed starters. That one is taken inside, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Cora. Andy Pettitte has already walked a couple in this game. 3-1 delivery. Cora's in this crew. 3-2 delivery to him. Cora down to third base. Wade Boggs hustles it over to Mattingly. 1 away in the third inning. Tomorrow is a travel day in the division series, so check out the most watched night on television, must-see TV, NBC Thursday. And all new episodes of Friends, The Single Guy, Seinfeld, Caroline in the City, and the biggest drama hit on television, ER. They don't call it must-see TV for nothing. You can catch all the new episodes NBC tomorrow. 1 out here in the third. Top of the order, Vince Coleman, who grounded out his first time up. Now 0 for 5 in the series. And against Andy Pettitte, 0 for 11 in his career. The young one that Pettitte has going. The more veteran one for the 34-year-old Vince Coleman. Left-hander's 1-0 pitch up high again, 2-0. He's falling behind hitters here.
A little difference than in the first inning when he had a nice 1-2-3 inning. And for Andy Pettitte to pitch successfully, he has to get ahead.
2-0 delivery taken up high. They want to check to see if he went around, and Jim McKean says he did.
Not a good decision by Vince Coleman. You're out there and you see a pitcher struggling with his control. 2-0. I'm surprised he's just not taking all the way. He takes the bat around. Remember, going into the stands last night, we thought he hurt his wrist a little bit. It was the thumb on the left hand, the fielding hand, so he had a little trouble checking his swing perhaps on that high fastball.
Check swings already a controversy in this series. One last night the Yankees thought they should have had, didn't get it. Pettitte comes back to get the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Coleman. George Steinbrenner, the Yankee owner, attacking the umpire even after the Yankees won the game, saying it was a bad call. He at first thought it was a rookie umpire and blamed the league president for signing a rookie umpire, but he wasn't a rookie umpire. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 away, bases empty, scoreless game here in the third. Andy Pettitte Trying to come back on Coleman. 3-2 delivery. He did. Right field. O'Neill backing up. Warning track deep. Looking up. Goodbye home run. Just enough. A rising line drive by Vince Coleman to the opposite field on a 3-2 pitch. And Seattle takes a 1-0 lead on the homer by Coleman.
Well, I tell you what, at 34 years of age, Vince Coleman finding some power that he didn't have. His career high in home runs was 6 in 1990 with the Cardinals. He hit 5 this year. This fastball out over the plate. Vince Coleman shows you why you don't have to pull a ball at Yankee Stadium. If you get fastballs out over the plate as a right-handed hitter, you can hit the ball out to right field.
Well, I didn't think that was going to have enough on it. It did. This one popped up towards third base by Soho. Boggs is there, and Soho's retired for the second out. That is the first home run by Coleman against a left-hander this year.
Well, Vince Coleman talking about that power on his 34th birthday this year against Oakland. He hit a grand slam. So we talked about the top of the order for the Mariners trying to set the table. Well, he did a little bit more that time than setting the table.
That's the first time the Mariners have had a lead in this series on that home run by Vince Coleman. They take a 1-0 lead here in the third inning on the second hit off. And here's Ken Griffey Jr. Griffey flying out to center field his first time up. You're sure wondering how he did a southpaw as a left-handed hitter. He hit 279. He did have only 3 home runs, though, off left-handers. Swung on and missed again. That's one of the reasons why that kind of pitch.
If there's anything that bothers him, and he is not 100% with that left wrist that he broke. He has a plate and some screws in there. Sometimes he has trouble getting it quickly through the hitting zone.
0-2 pitch, got that one through, and a base hit to center.
So
out of the
much
reach
for
of Fernandez. Well, you know, as soon as you say those things, that he's going to come right around on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. And Griffey is on with a 2-out single here in the third. Hit number 3 off Pettitte.
He wants Buck Showalter's pitchers to think that he's having trouble getting the bat through the hitting zone, but no problem right there on a ball that he hits right back up the middle.
Well, the Mariners keep this inning going, and Edgar Martinez will stand in. The batting king in the American League, also led in on-base percentage, tied for the lead in runs, tied for the lead in doubles. Just a great year. Winning the batting title as a right-handed hitter, just the 7th right-handed hitter to win 2 batting titles in the last 52 years. Lou Kapling was the last one to do that. 1-0 delivery. Missed with it outside, and he falls behind again. 2 balls and no strikes on Edgar Martinez. Martinez so far in these 2 games, 6 plate appearances, 3 hits, a walk, and 2 line drive outs. Typical. Diving back in is Griffey.
Mattingly probably telling him, go ahead, take another step. He doesn't have a real good move.
He can't pick anybody off. Well, maybe Buhner, but it'll never happen again. He's already picked off one, his 13 pickoffs on the year. And he misses up high. 3 balls and no strikes.
You know, the other incredible thing about Edgar Martinez, he finished the season, as you mentioned, with a 356 average. Had he finished at 360 or better, the last right-hander to hit 360 or more was Joe DiMaggio.
That's the kind of category Edgar Martinez is in and gets so little recognition for it. 3-0 count, way up high. And that's the 3rd walk given up by Andy Pettitte now. In this inning, the home run by Coleman, the single by Griffey, and now the walk to Edgar Martinez. 2 on with 2 down.
And we're not seeing in the last 2 innings a sharp Andy Pettitte.
Well, let's see whether or not the Mariners can continue this inning with a 2-out rally. Jay Buhner, who drew the walk and then got picked off. You just have to expect a long ball out of this guy sooner or later.
Well, that's what happens to a left-hander. You start thinking about the situation, then you look up there and see who's hitting.
And Buhner hits a towering fly ball, but not that deep. Dion James, the left fielder, called off by Fernandez. Now, tough territory, and there he goes. But he's all right, and he's got the baseball. The home run by Coleman, though, has put the Mariners up 1-0. It's on the Coleman home run of the 1-0 lead. We just got through talking about this, Tommy.
Well, not a lot of room, as we said. And when you make this play, you want to make it in your home ballpark and venture into friendly territory. I don't think Luis Sojo would have had those accommodations if he has to make this play. Good concentration, though, by Tony Fernandez.
Keep an eye on the ball and on the stands. Andy Benes goes to work here. Randy Velarde leading it off for the Yankees. Velarde batting in the 9 spot. Will be followed by Boggs and Bernie Williams at the top. And that 1 for 3 in last night's game. Both teams have gotten people on here early in the game, but not been on in 3 innings already tonight. See, the Reds have taken the 2-1 lead now over the Dodgers in that ball game. Reds won, of course, in game 1.
You know, looking at Randy Velarde, who's been a tremendous, versatile player for the Yankees, it's hard to believe that next to Don Mattingly, he is second in years of service with the New York Yankees.
It's his 9th season, Tommy. That's pretty amazing. Don Mattingly in his 14th. And he gets a leadoff walk from Andy Benes, the first given up by Benes. Let's take a look at our Toyota Diamond Dust question and answer. The 5 other current stadiums.
Well, we threw in Three Rivers Stadium, perhaps. How about Yankee Stadium? We had a couple of guesses. I think they may be there.
And you got Fenway and Yankee, the old ballparks. Riverfront, Three Rivers, and Skydome, the newer yards that hosted postseason games. Runner on, nobody out. Wade Boggs flied out his first time up, and he takes the strike from Benes.
Well, remember, it was last night in the 7th inning when Velarde led the inning off being hit by a pitch. But the Yankees came up with 4 big runs.
Boggs now 3 for 6 in the series. 28-year-old right-hander Andy Benes keeping an eye on Randy Velarde over there at first. Boggs off the fist towards left field. A big out there for Benes, leaving Velarde on at first with 1 away. And Bernie Williams, who popped out, will stand in.
Well, the Dodgers battling back. Thanks to Eric Karros.
He's had a great start, huh? The first 2 games, his bat's alive and kicking at Dodger Stadium. Remember, the best of 5 in all of these series. 2 games being played at the current park, such as Yankee Stadium, and then they move on the day off tomorrow to play in the other ballpark for the next 3. Bernie Williams, 3 for 6 in the series. Benes, Martinez holding the runner, misses down low. Let's check in on one of those other games. Hannah Storm.
Okay, we're checking in on the action at Dodger Stadium. Top of the 4th, LA up 1-0. Reggie Sanders at the plate with a man on. A 2-run home run for Reggie Sanders. The first hit of the night off Dodgers starter Ismael Valdez to dead center, puts the Reds up 2-1. But then in the bottom of the 4th, Eric Karros answers with a solo shot off John Smiley. Earlier, Karros with an RBI double, so he has driven in both runs for the Dodgers. We are all tied up at 2 in Los Angeles. Gary?
You can expect those kind of scores tonight because in the 5-game series, almost essential, almost a must, that you not go down 2-0 and give the other team a chance to win just 1 out of 3 and take it. Well, you expect close ball games in particular in game 2 because that team that lost the first one knows they're getting their backs up against the wall.
You know, and of the 4 games, the only ballpark not a sellout, Dodger Stadium, they still had 44,000 there, but Coors Field, Jacobs Field, and Yankee Stadium, not a seat available.
Great crowds. 2-0 count here in Bernie Williams. Andy Benes with a runner at first, nobody out, working himself into a jam as he falls behind 3-0. He's already walked Velarde in this inning.
And Benes pitching the way he usually does. Of the 7 outs he's recorded, 6 have been in the air, just 1 ground ball out.
And if he's not on in a game, or when he starts to lose it, he'll get high, way up with fastballs. 3-0. He just grooved that one in, 3-1.
Well, one of the lines I heard more than once from a few of the Seattle people on Andy Benes, if he can go 2 or 3, he'll go 7. So if he struggles early, then don't expect him to get into the 7th or 8th. But if he gets into the 3rd or 4th inning, you know he's in there for at least 7.
We'll move on. Here's the 3-1. Foul back, so Bennis comes back from that 3-0 count and takes it full 3-2 on Bernie Williams.
And Lou Piniella said he will not hesitate at all tonight, especially with the problems his bullpen gave him last night. He will not hesitate to bring in Norm Charlton, maybe in the 6th inning, maybe in the 7th. He has a starting pitcher down there, Tim Belcher, who may come in and work.
That playoff game forced Piniella to just totally juggle what would have been in the rotation, and may ultimately be the demise of the Mariners, because Randy Johnson's available for only 1. It'll either be game 3 or game 4. 3-2 delivery, runner going on the 3-2, right field. Oh, it's going to be the shortstop going out to make the play. Oh my gosh. Soho went out behind second base. I don't know where Jay Buhner and Griffey were on that. With a runner going that time, Velarde, everybody seemed to be watching him, and nobody knew where the baseball was.
Well, first of all, watch the second baseman, Joey Cora. He moves over to cover second with the runner on the move. So normally this would be his ball. A heads up, Luis Soho drifts out there. The ball actually drifts back toward him because the breeze is really blowing from right to left. We saw the ball carry near the seats on that pop foul to Tony Fernandez.
Paul O'Neill, as we told you, the man you want up there if you're a Yankee fan against Bennis, with a .364 lifetime average against him. Runner on at first base here. Leadoff walk generally will result in an inning in which you get a run. If a pitcher gives up a leadoff walk in an inning and works his way around.
An official stat on that, and the number that comes to my mind is right around 70%. If that leadoff man gets on via the walk, 70% of the time he comes in and scores.
There's the target range for O'Neill. That short porch out there in right field. He singled his first time up. 2-0 delivery to him. Outside corner strike.
Well, let's see. He replaced his...
And a big cut at that. 2-1 strike count, 2 down. Mariners have the 1-0 lead. O'Neill trying to keep the inning going. Bennis jammed him, and he rifles it foul.
Might not have gotten it in as far as he wanted because Paul O'Neill really turned on that inside fastball. If Bennis misses with this pitch, he wants to miss inside. It was a good pitch because he got the strike, a hard foul ball. A little more out over the plate. That's trouble.
A 300 hitter on the season. He hit .319 here at Yankee Stadium this year. And O'Neill ended up with a dozen home runs at home. 2-2 pitch to him. He thought about going after it. Bennis floated that one by him, and the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Braves continue. Grissom, couple of home runs.
Situation helps the Yankees too on the 3-2 2-out pitch. Randy Velarde will be on the move. Tino Martinez behind him, so a ball hit into the gap. He has a better chance to score.
O'Neill, 3-2, runner goes, and he got him. Good off-speed breaking ball. First strikeout for Bennis. We'll return the 95 Division Series. Mariners Yankees after this from your local station. Vince Coleman's first postseason home run is the run on the board for the Mariners, and the only one up there. As Pettitte's pitch to Mike Blowers is fouled back, strike 1. Blowers, Tino Martinez, and Wilson up here in the 4th inning. The Mariners 1-3-0 against the left-hander. The Yankees, no runs, a couple of hits, and no errors. Flowers drew the walk his first time up, takes that pitch outside, and let's see what Hannah's got for us. Hannah Storm.
Well, Marquise Grissom's got another home run for you. Braves leading 2-0, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Remember, he led off the game with a home run off Lance Painter. This is his second home run of the night, a solo shot to give Atlanta a 3-0 lead. Grissom only had 12 home runs all year, Gary, but he already has 3 in the series.
Just one of the exciting things about postseason, what Hannah was just talking about, you never know. Guys who are not power hitters. Here's Coleman with a home run here tonight. He's never had a home run in postseason play. Get somebody like Grissom, not there to be a power hitter, but a leadoff batter and a speedster. 2 home runs in a postseason game already. That's what postseason's all about. The legends and the heroes, right?
I tell you, arguably one of the best center fielders in the game, too, Marquise Grissom, showing it with the bat now.
You get those kind of numbers, and out of Marquise Grissom, it's just an added plus. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and it misses down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Blowers.
Very big inning right here for Andy Pettitte. He's thrown a lot of pitches over.
Walk 3 has not struck anybody out. Blowers 3-2 to second base. Velarde's got that one over to Mattingly. One away here in the 4th inning. The 1995 Division Series game being brought to you by Network MCI. How to get modern communications technology working for your business. Texaco Clean System 3 Gasoline. Gary Thorne and Tommy Hutton with you here at Yankee Stadium. Delighted to have you join us here for Game 2. The Yankees won the opener last night 9-6. They go to Seattle tomorrow on the day off. And however many games are left to be played will be played in Seattle. Tino Martinez up here, singled his first time up. Marty on the air and off. Aronoff, our statistician here tonight. God's gift to broadcasters. I pay any amount, any time to get him to join me. $20 here, $20 there, supper here, an adult beverage there. 0-2 count, 1 down. He made a great point here, is the reason I was mentioning Marty's name. Tino Martinez waiting, breaking ball outside. We ought to start putting together numbers for leadoff batters, because Marty just noted Boggs last night with a big night leadoff spot. Coleman, Abel. They're cleaning it off as well. Foul tip, the ball and 2 strikes on Tino Martinez.
Yeah, the leadoff guys are sitting down, having themselves a nice meal to go along with it.
Finish it up. Why should we just sit there? Boggs last night with that 3 for 5, 0 for 2 in this one tonight. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Martinez off the fist.
For the reason that Randy Velarde has been such a key figure to the New York Yankees. They've played him at second. They've played him at short. They've played him at third. Wherever he is, he seems to come up with steady play and some good plays. Right there, making the backhand stab and then getting something on the throw. He has a strong throwing arm. He's able to plant, take his time, because he knows he's going to gun it over to Don Mattingly.
And there are 2 down. So Andy Pettitte with a 1-0 lead on the home run by Coleman. We are in the 4th inning here at Yankee Stadium.
Good story right here for the Seattle Mariners. Dan Wilson. You talked a little bit about it last night, Gary, the importance and what he's meant to the ball club. He's worked on his hitting. Lee Elia, the batting coach with the Mariners, got him to quicken things up and get through the strike zone a little faster. He's one of those big guys, 6'3", about 1.
Where's Tommy as a result of that? He's, even with this season's numbers, he's a .253 career major league hitter. And while he's 26 years old, he played limited games prior to this year. This was his first real full season. This one chopped back to the mound. Good play with a left-hander, Pettitte, and he got it. So 3 ground ball outs here in the 4th inning. Mariners retired in order, but the M's have the 1-0 lead. Doo-wop lives in the city where it was born. A little music here, Rocket Yankee Stadium, Run Around Sue. What a delight if you're a baseball fan, even if you're not a Yankee fan, to see this sight right here. Other games we're keeping you posted on. Indians, Red Sox, no score. Ken Seiko struggling. Glavine starting. He's retired 10 of the last 11 with the Braves up 3-0. And that one's tied with Caros tying it up.
You know, they had to be playing that song because Deion James is due up 3rd this inning.
All the songs played at Yankee Stadium generally before a hitter comes up have something to do with that hitter. The Deion and the Belmonts. And here he is, Deion James, Ruben Sierra. Sierra here is flied out to center field his first time up. Mattingly and then James will be up following him. And the strike is taken from Andy Benes. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Last night, you want to keep everything away. Wow, right there.
Pettitte's thrown a lot of pitches. Benes keeping his count down.
2 sliders in the row right on the outside corner. If you come inside to Sierra, you want to miss off the plate.
Designated hitter flied out his first time up. With a walk and a strikeout. 2-2 delivery to him. Tried to pick that ball up and couldn't. Fouled it off. Hit it with the under part of the bat. Holds it at 2-2.
Andy Bennis, first player chosen in 1988. Real proud of his younger brother, too, Allen, a first-round pick of the St. Louis Cardinals. Ended up pitching for the Cardinals at the end of the season.
Another one of the hired guns of baseball, Andy Bennis. Coming over to help this team out, and he did, going 7-2 after he came from the Padres. Boy, they really need him right here. Sierra waiting on the 2-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. Struck him out. Let's check in again. Hannah Storm.
Okay, Gary, wanted to tell you what's going on as far as a Boston starter, Eric Hansen, goes. He's pitching well. He had Eddie Murray at third there, and he strikes out Manny Ramirez at the plate to end the inning. Struck him out with a curveball that he wasn't throwing for a while because of injury, but throwing well tonight. It's still a scoreless game at the Jake, Gary.
Well, they're probably so tired from last night, they can't swing any bats anymore there.
Well, a good call on Hannah's part. I saw Eric Hansen pitch earlier in the year. He was going with changeups and fastballs alone because of a little tenderness in the elbow. And he's got the curveball back now.
Well, it goes as usual in baseball, from a night that lasted forever with bats a-flying to a night where nobody scored and a pitching duel underway. Don Mattingly. 1-0 count on Mattingly, one down, nobody on. The Yankee captain had a single. His first time up, so he's now had 3 hits and 5 at-bats in these 2 games. (2-0) the count on him here. Think some folks in Indiana are watching tonight, Tommy?
Yeah, a couple of guys. For 6 years is the age difference between Don Mattingly and Andy Bennis, but from the same area.
And he draws the walk. Mattingly was Bennis's hero, baseball hero growing up. I guarantee you he didn't give him that walk. Hero or no hero. So Mattingly's on for the second time.
Luke's in Evansville. Said he'd never really met Mattingly until he signed. Talked about him being a #1 pick, and he went to celebrate a little bit at Don Mattingly's restaurant.
Deion James. Mattingly on, the second walk given up by Bennis, who has walked 2 and struck out 2. Yankees have a couple of hits in the ball game, both singles, on ball and 1 strike. James grounded out his first time up. Can Andy Bennis get a ground ball double play?
Well, he hasn't done it in his 12 previous starts with the Mariners this year.
And Deion James, not particularly easy to double up, even if you get the ground ball. 1-1 here. Mattingly off first. Fake, his best friend, often said to be that double play. He has few friends.
Well, if you're a fly ball pitcher, that'll happen.
And that one ripped into the seats just over the dugout. Oh, mercy. Those are the ones that scare you. Just a few rows back and torn into the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
How about this thought, Gary, for Andy Bennis, a guy who's pitched most of his career in San Diego. He's never pitched at Yankee Stadium. His only other start against the Yankees was in Seattle. Not too many 57,000 crowds at the Murph.
No, not in the house that Ruth built either. Great pitch. Ooh, a very upset Deion James has got the mask off Dale Scott. He's gotten a fine. He hasn't been thrown out. Throws the helmet. Dale Scott pointed and fined him, but did not throw him out. And Showalter immediately got the home plate umpire turned around so he couldn't see Deion James go back into the dugout.
Deion better cool it, because he's gotten away with a lot more than many other players would have. I give Buck Showalter and Dale Scott a lot of credit. Buck got out there in a hurry, lifted the bat, the toss of the helmet. I admire Dale Scott for keeping his cool and not immediately tossing Deion James, realizing the situation here in the division championship.
Rich Garcia moving in to help out. Garcia and Jim McKean are co-crew chiefs.
Deion can't believe it. Watching is questioning Dale Scott. I'd say a lot of patience in Dale Scott because they made a little contact right there, too.
Regular season, he's gone right there.
You bet. Also give some credit to Richie Garcia, one of the crew chiefs out here, veteran umpire. He comes in to try to calm things down at the home plate area, too. But the flip of the bat, the toss of the helmet, that'll be worth a few bucks.
Fine, but still playing. Dion James, runner at first, 2 down now. Jim Liritz towards shortstop. Soho's there. Force at second. Goes to Cora, and they get Mattingly. So no runs, a base runner left on. The Yankees have left 1 in each of the first 4 innings.
We're about to meet Freddie Fazbear. Freddie Fazbear.
See the good pitchers duel by that line score with the Mariners 1-3-0. Vince Coleman the home run. The Yankees 0-2-0. A couple of singles off Andy Bennis, who has walked 3, walked 2, and struck out 3. Fired in order in the first and 4th innings. They have stranded 4 base runners, as have the Yankees. The Yankees have gotten only 1 into scoring position, though. The Mariners have left a couple in scoring position. Joey Cora, batting 9th, leads it off and takes it outside for a ball. He grounded out his first time up. Cora's got an 0 for 5 going here in the 2 games so far. Andy Pettitte, 3 walks, no strikeouts for him. Big play right now in this ball game, a pickoff that occurred in the 2nd inning after Jay Buhner had reached on a walk and got picked off. Ended up another walk followed, then a base hit, but no runs as a result of that in the 2nd inning for the M's. 1-1 to Cora. Down low, 2-1.
Hey, Joey Cora was a nice little addition to the Seattle Mariners, filling in at second base, playing there. He'd come and decided that Cora would be better off elsewhere.
Or the Yankees having a little problem with the home plate umpire, Dale Scott, after that Dion James affair, and then wanted a call here and didn't get it. Joey Cora will take it. Here's the 3-1 to Cora. 3-2.
One thing you notice in Joey Cora, most of the time he makes a pitcher work. If he has a 2-0 or a 3-1 count, he's going to take that pitch.
He's one of the toughest to strike out in the league. Fouls that one off. Dale Scott, the home plate umpire tonight. He's the umpire we were talking about on a check swing last night. Steinbrenner was upset about.
Here's Dan Wilson in a crucial at bat, and that was not called a strike. It would have been strike 3. Now Dale Scott moves in.
What a great play by Tony Fernandez, and here comes Buck Showalter to argue with Jim McKean. Infield single for Joey Cora.
Number 1, how did Tony Fernandez even get rid of the ball? And number 2, how did he throw it accurately to Don Mattingly? Fernandez was in shallow left field when he released that throw over to Don Mattingly. So in the last inning, we've had a couple of controversial calls. The strike 3 call, I admire Dale Scott and the way he handled it. I don't necessarily agree with his call. Haven't had a chance to look at this one again. We'll see how Jim McKean fares in this one.
Buck Showalter, as much as he's arguing about that play, he's also arguing to get things evened up a little from his point of view with the umpiring crew.
I think it was there.
I think he was out.
Boy, that's a close play. We've had some close ones in these 2 games. Think of the 3 that Vince Coleman had going up the line.
But judges, juries, and umpires render verdicts, not the public. And a strike call on the outside corner to Coleman. Let's check in with Hannah. Hannah Storm.
Well, Gary, no runs to show you from Cleveland, but here strikes out John Valentin with a man on second to get out of the 5th inning. He struck out 5 and allowed 3 hits. No score there, Gary.
Now the Bulldog, Orel Hershiser, resurrecting the pitching days of yore with Los Angeles, the way he's performed this season.
Watch the reaction of the captain, Don Mattingly.
A 2-strike count on Vince Coleman. Cora's on at first base, nobody out. 1-0 Mariners lead. Coleman, he was fooled on that pitch, and Liritz got the worst of it.
We've seen it in slow-mo. Here it is in real time. Bang, bang. You make the call. Jim McKeon didn't have as many opportunities as we've had.
You got to do it then, not later.
By Andy Pettitte. Fouled off by Coleman, but he gets a pretty good piece of Jimmy Leyritz. Jim Leyritz, one of those players that has made the most of a career that doesn't see him playing an everyday position. Even in the minor leagues in the Eastern League a few years ago, he made the All-Star team. As he gets, you're going to be in there.
31-year-old. Want to remind you, Friday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. The playoffs continue. Game 3. It'll shift to Seattle. Check your local listings for the regional coverage coming up on Friday night. A 2-strike count. Coleman, runner at first base. Coleman down to third. Wade Boggs. Force at second. Velarde not in time on Coleman.
Not ever a chance for a double play, but a great play by Boggs to get the force and at least turn an out of that play. Good hard slide by Joey Cora. Even though Randy Velarde tried to turn two, there really never was an opportunity to double up Coleman.
He is the #1 fielding third baseman in the American League this year.
And he won his first Gold Glove last year.
And he did it through work, day after day. Luis Sojo stands in. 1 down. Coleman on at first base, the 5th leading base stealer in the league this season.
But a guy who's picked off a ton of runners, Andy Pettitte.
Pettitte's already got 1 tonight, 13 on the year, the most in the league. Mattingly jockeying with Coleman at first base. There's the throw, and he had him leaning the other way, but he gets in with a hand touch.
Pettitte has one of those in-between moves, and he does the correct thing. After he throws the ball, watch Pettitte walk off the mound. He's right on that fine line. Is it a balk or does he step toward first? Then he immediately walks off the mound.
Mattingly cannot move over there in the bag to deceive the base runner by his movements. That is a balk under the rules. But a very tough call as to whether that is something Mattingly's doing. Coleman's running foul back by Sojo. Hit and run on.
Boy, got a good jump too. You know, it's a tough situation for a hitter. If that were the first pitch, and if the hit and run were not on, I'm sure Sojo would just take that pitch and allow Coleman to get the steal, because he got a pretty good jump that time off Pettitte. On an 0-1 count, I'm not so sure if it's hit and run or if he's just straight stealing. Sojo's trying to take advantage, though, of a big hole on the right side.
Sojo's gone 0 for 2. 1 down. Mattingly moves off with Coleman at first. 0-2 count. Sojo fights that one off, and that one got a piece of Leyritz too. Running it tough. The Braves 3-0. Tommy Glavine pitching. Marquise Grissom 2 home runs. Reed is on for Painter. Reds and Dodgers. Dodgers came back with Eric Karros tying that one up. 2-strike count again. Coleman not running. Sojo down to third. Wade Boggs. Velarde. Ooh, he got taken out. Could not get the throw off as Coleman nailed him. That's twice he's been tagged at second base trying to make the pivot.
I tell you what, you're just a target out there as a second baseman in these last 2 double play situations. Ask Randy Velarde. One runner was Joey Cora. Fortunately, they're not big guys, but they're fast guys who get there in a hurry. Watch Coleman. Tries to give him a little elbow on the knee.
He was going to be out whether he'd gotten underneath the tag or anything else, even if he'd missed the bag the way he went at second baseman Randy Velarde. But Coleman, Ken Griffey, it's a towering pop-up behind the plate. And no play for Jim Leyritz.
Talked to Junior a little bit before the game, Gary, about any memories he may have had as a youngster when his dad was playing here. Ken Griffey Sr. was a Yankee from '83 to '86. He said the one thing he remembered is that Billy Martin chased them all out of the clubhouse.
Didn't want the kids around. 1-strike count, 2 down. 1-0 lead for the Mariners here in the 5th inning. Ground ball, second base, Velarde over to Mattingly. No runs a base hit. One left on. Still 1-0 Mariners.
Back to Yankee Stadium in a moment. First, we finally have a score in Cleveland. Bottom of the 5th and 2 on for Omar Vizquel. Vizquel with a double to bring 2 runs in. The double coming off Boston starter Eric Hansen and the speedy Kenny Lofton scoring all the way from first. It is now 2-0 Indians as they look to take a 2-0 lead in the series. Gary and Tommy.
Anna, thanks very much. Anna Storm keeping us updated on the other 3 division series games going on. The Mariners have the 1-0 lead here going to the bottom half of the 5th inning.
There you go again, those unknown quantities performing. Omar Vizquel. He's had a solid year, though, for Cleveland.
Rising to the occasion, as Lou Piniella used to do in New York. Andy Benes is doing that right now for the Mariners. Walked 2, struck out 3, has given up only 2 singles. Tony Fernandez leading it off. Fernandez flied out. First time at bat. 1 for 8 lifetime against Benes. He'll be followed by Randy Velarde in the top of the order, Wade Boggs. The Mariners trying to even this series up after losing 9-6 last night.
How about this for a couple of different styles in the pitching tonight? Benes has just 2 fly ball outs or 2 ground ball outs. Pettitte with 10 ground ball outs.
Distinctly different pitchers in their styles. Taken for a strike by Fernandez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Andy Benes with a 5.86 earned run average since joining the Mariners, yet a 7-2 record. That ERA is the highest in American League history by a starting pitcher with a record at least 5 games over 500. I mean, you talk about run support. Andy Benes never got any when he pitched in San Diego. He came over to the Mariners and got as much as anyone in the league.
That's the theory.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to handle it.
Here's the 2-2 off the fist. It'll stay 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can really see the way Andy Benes has been working. He's tried to backdoor his slider, move his fastball outside, and then every once in a while come inside with a good fastball. Occasionally he'll use a little splitter that he calls a forkball, a changeup, just to keep a lefty off balance.
2-2 delivery to Fernandez, and he's fighting him off here. He's keeping it alive at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tony Fernandez, 282 career hitter after this last season with a 245 average for the Yankees on the year. Continuing to play that magnificent shortstop. 2-2 delivery. He's fought off 3 2-2 pitches in this at bat.
Now they wanted him in the lineup. Tony's been banged up a little bit. He had a sore knee, missed some games for the Yankees. Of course, about this time of year, you get a lot of guys banged up.
Long season. The only thing that takes away the pains are the W's, especially this time of year. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Better to be banged up and playing than banged up and sitting at home.
Ask Jimmy Key about that. Huh? Here's the 2-2. He's got one towards the gap. It'll fall in. Griffey over to cut it off. Here's Fernandez going to second to throw. In time, he got him. Having to turn 360 degrees, Ken Griffey Jr. nails Tony Fernandez at second base.
What a tremendous throw, and I thought for a moment the little bobble would allow Tony Fernandez to reach second base. He hits this ball hard. Keep in mind, a little rain slows up the turf, but the bobble right there I thought would allow Tony to get to second. Heads up play, he stays with it, and then fires a rocket to second base to nail Fernandez.
Joey Cora putting the tag on. And you saw Tino Martinez making the call on the out. Martinez was down there to back the play up, giving that big out sign. What a big play right there in a 1-0 ball game to get the leadoff batter at second base after the single.
And you know what? You cannot fault Tony Fernandez at all in trying to get to second base. The ball was into left center. Ken Griffey Jr. throws left-handed. He has to turn completely around, as you described. Came up and fired a strike to Cora.
Talking about rising to the occasion. Randy Velarde went around on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes on him.
Boy, that'll pump up a pitcher too, a play like that.
Lead off batter. taken out of there changes the whole complexion of an inning. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Velarde with a walk. His first time up. Towering fly ball to center. It's deep, but it's in the yard. Griffey. Velarde retired, and there are 2 down. Sunday, NBC Sports presents another exciting NFL doubleheader. It starts at 12:30 Eastern. The NFL on NBC. Future Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Montana, Super Bowl champion coach Mike Ditka. They'll join Greg Gumbel and Ahmad Rashad previewing Week 6. Headlining the NBC schedule, Marshall Faulk and the Colts battle Dan Marino and the only undefeated team, the Miami Dolphins. Also, the Browns battle Detroit, or Seattle faces Oakland, or regional action. Check your local listings. Wade Boggs with 2 down. 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight. A .324 average, ended up 4th best in the American League when all was said and done for Boggs, who continues to put up really incredible numbers. Has kind of gotten lost as far as publicity's concerned during the regular season with the Yankees, but year after year consistently outstanding with a .334 career batting average for him.
13th time he's hit 300.
And that is just phenomenal. 2-0 count. Andy Bennis's fastball there, 2-1.
Tell you what, too, Wade Boggs went over the 2,500 hit mark not too long ago, and he did it in a little over 600 fewer at bats than Pete Rose.
Isn't that amazing?
Of course, Pete played till he was 45,
yeah.
too.
Well, Wade may try that. I don't know. He certainly doesn't need to. Boggs a little upset with that last call. Wade now 37 years old.
That's a veteran look at an umpire.
Nothing said, really. 2-2, just missed outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And Boggs, yes, is a team player, but the thing that drives him is that 3,000 hit mark. He wants to reach it.
2,541 hits for him. 3-2, and he'll step off. Bennis tripping as he went into the windup. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Boggs has a 7 post-game hit streak going. Picking up the hits last night. 14 for 27 during that streak over a few years of postseason play for him. Wasn't very much as a postseason player, sitting .322 in championship series games, .290 in World Series games. Braves and Rockies are now tied. Walker the big blow. Reds and Dodgers still 2-2 in that one. 3-2 here, and Boggs fights it back. 3 balls, 2 strikes on him.
I remember not too long ago having a nice conversation with Walt Reniak, who's now the White Sox hitting instructor, had been Boggs' instructor in Boston. And he said the best hitter he's ever worked with, a guy who could get a hit just about any time he wanted, Wade Boggs, and a hard worker.
3-2, and he draws the walk. So he fought Bennis. 3rd walk given up by Andy Bennis. Boggs is on with a 2-out walk here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lou Pinella's Mariners leading this game 1-0 on Vince Coleman's home run in the 3rd inning.
Well, Lou Piniella right now has to feel good about the performance and the outing of Andy Bennis, because we talked about how he can have trouble early in a ball game. Here he is in the 5th inning working on a 3-hit shutout.
Bennis has allowed only 1 Yankee to second base, Don Mattingly, in the 2nd inning. Bernie Williams up here with a runner on at first and 2 down. Williams an 0 for 2 in the ball game against Bennis. They'll play behind the base runner Boggs. And Williams takes it down low. Let's check in again with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Gary, bottom of the 6th, Coors Field. The Braves with a 3-0 lead, but Larry Walker steps to the plate with 2 on and connects. It's a home run off Tom Glavine, a 3-run shot. He had 36 homers in the regular season. His first of the postseason is a huge one. It's a tie ball game right now, Gary.
So, Hannah, the yard continues to give them up. Coors Field setting all kinds of records for home runs hit during the regular season, and looks like the postseason's going to be the same.
Well, they're rocking in the Rockies after that shot.
You never have a big enough lead out there. Here's the 1-0 pitch taken outside. 2-0 count now on Bernie Williams. 2 down. Yankees have Boggs on at first base here in the 5th, trailing 1-0.
Out to the mound is Dan Wilson. He's probably talking to Andy Bennis. You look back at the second at bat that Bernie Williams had on that pop fly. He just missed a pitch. And if you make a mistake to Bernie Williams, all of a sudden he's getting some home run power. He had career highs in home runs and RBIs. So Bobby Cuellar, the pitching coach, concerned with the pitch right here because he's seen Bennis fall behind 2-0, a hitter's situation.
18 home runs, 82 RBIs, those career highs Tommy was talking about. A 2-0 count here. And he hits that one to the gap in left center field. Vince Coleman giving chase, will not get to it. Wade Boggs over to third. Boggs being waved home. There'll be no play on him. Tie game. 1-1.
Been painting the outside part of the plate on the 2-0 pitch. He had to get a little bit more of the plate, and Bernie Williams got a lot of the baseball. Once it gets by Vince Coleman, that allowed Boggs. He's still hampered by that left hamstring. It's heavily wrapped. I tell you what, he didn't think about a hamstring pull when he scored from first on that.
A huge 2-out hit for Bernie Williams. A double and an RBI, bringing Boggs home to tie the game up. Now Paul O'Neill. And he pops it up. Second base. And it'll be played there by Cora. But this one's tied up on the RBI double by Bernie Williams. It's 1-1. Bernie Williams with the RBI double. He had 2 RBIs and 3 hits in the game last night. What a finish to this season he's having.
Well, ever since he moved up to the number 2 spot and Boggs went to the number 1 spot, they used to keep Bernie down in the 6, 7, or 8 spot in the lineup. But he has really been a catalyst at the top of the lineup, getting some big hits, clutch base hits, career highs in the home runs and RBI department.
And we are tied at 1-1 going to the 6th inning. Have to tell you this because it's going to be talked about tomorrow. We do not show fans who go on the field in order not to encourage that kind of stupidity. Edgar Martinez takes it outside. But on that last out by O'Neill, before he hit the ball, a fan had come out in the right field, down the right field line on the field. 2 security guards were out there when O'Neill popped that ball up. This one drilled deep to left field by Martinez in the corner. Can't be gotten as James goes down. Second base, Martinez, a stand-up double as he ripped it down the line. And the leadoff man on in the 6th for the Mariners. He has now been on base 6 of the 8 times that he has come to bat in this series. Edgar Martinez.
You just don't know where to pitch him. He'll take the ball the other way. You get something on the inner part of the plate, and he can pull it. Gets a lot of drive from his legs, and a couple of years ago had a severely bad hamstring pull that limited his action. He took off some weight from the legs, and that took away a little power. This year, he's bulked up a little bit, got the strength in the legs, he's put it all together.
Double for Martinez. Jay Buhner to right field. It'll back up O'Neill near the warning track. Runner tagging. Martinez will go over to third on the deep fly ball by Jay Buhner. So Martinez in this 1-1 game is on at third base with 1 away here in the 6th inning. These games all close tonight with the Indians leading at home. Orel Hershiser pitching for them. 2-0 lead over the Red Sox deep into it. 7th inning. Tied up on Larry Walker's 3-run homer for the Rockies against Tommy Glavine and the Braves. 2-2 Dodger Stadium. Berber's now on for the left-hander John Smiley, who started. Dave Berber on in relief for Cincinnati.
Hershiser thinks it's 1988 again.
He won't mind that at all. Here's Mike Blowers, infield drawn in. Fernandez stops it. Martinez stops. Play was made to Velarde, who gets the out. What a play! Fernandez to Velarde to Mattingly, and Martinez had to stay at third.
Right now, Edgar Martinez is second-guessing himself a little bit. As soon as he saw Tony Fernandez extend to his left on this diving play, watch, he's holding. Right about here is when he thinks about going. And then Tony Fernandez alertly flips it to Randy Velarde. If Velarde's not alert, that play's never made. What a great effort by Fernandez and Velarde. And right about there was where Edgar Martinez at third took a couple of steps toward the plate and thought about going.
That as fine a baseball play as you will see. Fernandez to Randy Velarde to Mattingly. And all the time that was going on, Edgar Martinez at third was jumping first towards the plate, then back towards third, then back towards the plate, finally just froze, and Velarde was able to watch him, realize he wasn't going, and still get the out at first base.
I'll tell you what goes through your mind. You see the infield in, you're the runner, so you have to make sure the ball goes through. So the ball was hit hard. It didn't go through. Then he saw Fernandez extended onto the ground. He thought, I got a chance. Then he saw the flip. He said, no, I don't.
And a line drive left field. What a big hit for Tino Martinez. After that great play, Martinez delivers a two-out single, scoring Edgar Martinez. And here's Tino Martinez, who has moved down in the order because the Yankees were starting a lefty. What's he done? He's gone 2 for 3 and delivered an RBI that puts the M's back on top.
Well, we talked about how he's hit left-handers so well this year. Gets a breaking ball out over the plate. He hits the ball to all fields, doesn't try to pull everything. And a big base hit for the Mariners to bring home Edgar Martinez.
And it is a 2-1 lead for Seattle. Dan Wilson, the catcher. 2 down. They got him picked off again. Tino Martinez tagged out by Mattingly. The second pickoff by Andy Pettitte in this game, and a league-leading 14 on the year. I hope you are enjoying this one as much as we are. Mariners lead at 2-1. Our MCI proof positive replay. You'll have to replay this one a lot just to believe. Look at this.
He is not running on this pickoff. There's no way that Tino Martinez is going to try to steal a base. Dan Wilson was the hitter. Piniella can't believe it, because now Dan Wilson will be leading the inning off. Let's say Dan Wilson makes the last out with Tino not being picked off. Now he has Joey Cora to lead the inning off next inning.
A real leadoff batter, batting ninth. 2 pickoffs tonight for him. Andy Benes goes back to work with a lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning against Ruben Sierra.
Well, what a big hit, though, for Tino Martinez to put the Mariners ahead in a ball game they have to win.
Tino Martinez delivered for them last night. He picked up an RBI in the 9th inning. Comes through with his second RBI of the series and gives the Mariners a 2-1 lead. 2-6-0 for the M's, 1-4-0 for the Yankees. Vince Coleman a home run in the 3rd inning, the other run for the Mariners, while the Yankees got theirs in the RBI 2-out double by Bernie Williams in the 5th. So the Mariners, who did not lead in the game last night, have led twice in this one. So this is a pitching matchup and a great defensive battle going on here with Benes and Andy Pettitte. Drill to right field. Ruben Sierra. Put the mustard on her, baby. Goodbye, home run.
Breaking balls we've seen on the outer part of the plate. Andy Benes knew that he got too much of the plate with that slider. You know, a lot of guys don't do this when they hit home runs, but then again, a lot of guys don't hit them that far and never get the opportunity.
A lot of guys don't hit home runs.
During the season, 44 RBIs and 215 at-bats for Ruben Sierra. Benes made a mistake, and he knew it.
This game is tied on one swing of the bat by Ruben Sierra. 2 home runs now in the series. He had 19 during the regular season, 7 of those coming as a Yankee. Don Mattingly. The fans want a dinger out of him. He takes the pitch down low from Bennis. Andy Bennis gave up 8 home runs during the regular season. 3 of them by right-handers, 5 by left-handers. This one by Mattingly. Oh, hang on to the roof. Goodbye, home run. Don Mattingly. Lou Piniella's pulling his team off the field as items are being thrown, including, as you see there, a bottle, probably plastic by the looks of it. But Piniella immediately came out. Now Piniella's been hit by something, a program thrown at him, and he came out and pulled his team off the field.
There was stuff thrown on the field in the ball game last night with the Mariners on the defense that upset a lot of the players.
His first postseason home run.
1,785 regular season games. And that's a home run trot. Gets a fastball that Bennis tries to go down and in, and Donnie Baseball drops ahead of the bat. 4 for 6 in 2 games. He doesn't put the mustard on it like Sierra. He runs around the bases the way they used to.
The way the captain of a Yankees would do it. The co-crew chief, Rich Garcia, the umpire, with Lou Piniella. It was more than just paper that was thrown out on the field. And that's when Piniella came out and just pulled his team into the dugout.
The reason Lou did it so quickly is because he had some of his players complaining last night, telling him what was happening out there in the ball game last evening.
Now they'll come back out. Indians still leading in their game against the Red Sox, with Hershiser still pitching for them. Lou Piniella just to Andy Bennis. Keep going. Now Showalter's going to come over and talk to Garcia.
You know, just thinking about it, Gary, it also might be a well-timed timeout. Now, you can't call timeout in a baseball game as you can do in a basketball game when a team gets a little bit of a rally going.
It's a good point. And Bennis is gone, Tommy. Lou Piniella is taking him out of there after giving up back-to-back home runs to Sierra and Mattingly. The Yankees have a 3-2 lead. We are going to see Bill Risley, who pitched in last night's game, coming on for Bennis.
This is the last pitch that Bennis throws in the ball game. The fastball that stays right out over the plate. And thinking about the Piniella move, it also gave Risley an opportunity to throw a few more pitches down to the bullpen.
We have a wild game going here in game 2. Yankees up by 1. 28-year-old Bill Risley on in relief. Dion James the batter. The Yankees leading at 3-2. Andy Bennis out of there. The back-to-back home runs by Sierra and Mattingly taking him out of the game. The last 7 batters Bennis faced had 4 hits, a walk. Bennis is gone and could be the losing pitcher in this game.
And it's forced Lou Piniella to make some moves that he really wasn't thinking about making before this ball game started.
Great stop made. Cora gets the throw over in time. That is the first out here in the 6th inning. This 1995 Division Series game brought to you by Buick and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. USSB, changing the way you look at TV. And Beechwood Aged Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. Gary Thorne, Tommy Hutton, and all of our crew, hoping you are enjoying this one. We sure are. A 3-2 lead for the Yankees, battling back with the 2 runs here in the 6th inning. Bill Risley, the 28-year-old right-hander, on in relief. Hit him! He hits Liritz in the back. And Scott gets between them.
Well, it all goes back to earlier in the season. And it happened to be the same hitter, Randy Johnson, hit Jim Liritz. Liritz gets hit by Bill Risley after a couple of home runs. Bad blood between the Mariners and the Yankees? I think there might be.
Getting badder.
Risley has a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and he just buries it in the back of Jim Liritz.
When you're going to hit somebody, this is where you go at them, right here. And they got real close going down the line.
That in a lot better area than the pitch that Randy Johnson threw at Jim Liritz.
So with 1 away here in the 6th inning, Liritz is on, hit by Risley. Tony Fernandez, a single his last time out, got caught at second base trying to extend it. Timeout taken at the plate.
You know, in Liritz's case, it's just being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
At the plate. After the 2 home runs. Each team now has 6 hits in this ball game. But the Yankees are back on top. 1 down. Fernandez to center field. Griffey puts it away. Halfway, Liritz goes back to first. 2 down.
We talked about earlier in the year in Seattle, the big unit with a fastball deflected a little bit. Fortunately for Liritz, before the ball caught him on the cheek, it was deflected off his forearm or shoulder. That created some bad blood between the Yankees and the Mariners. Some words were exchanged between Liritz, Johnson, Buck Showalter. Liritz even went to the point to say, meet me outside after the ball game. We'll take care of business there.
Randy Velarde. Liritz on at first base, 2 down. Bill Risley pitched in last night's game. He worked 2/3 of an inning, struck out 1, zeros on the rest of Risley's line last night. Randy Velarde waiting here. The 1-0 delivery to him. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Risley was a bright spot in the bullpen. We talked about how the bullpen failed Lou Piniella last night. 2 1/3 innings, 7 hits and 5 runs, but not because of Bill Risley's performance.
He threw only 8 pitches last night, so no problem for Lou Piniella to bring him back here in this game.
It's like Lou kind of liked that little action there, huh?
Lou's been here before, and the other side of it. This is like New York baseball. It's a good stickball game out in the alley going here. 1-1 the count, 2 down. Velarde takes the slider for a strike, 1 and 2. Far from over in this game. Norm Charlton has been throwing for the last couple of batters in the bullpen. There are 2 down here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Liritz being held at first base. Randy Velarde 0 for 1 and a walk tonight. 1-2 pitch to him, missed outside, 2 and 2.
Not a normal warm-up time for Norm Charlton, but it's playoff time.
It was an interesting comment Lou Piniella made. One I have always been surprised others don't make, Tommy, that you get to a point in a game where you've got a lead and the other team's rallying, whenever it is, That's when you need the save.
That's the save opportunity. That's what Lou said before this ball game tonight.
Here's the 2-2 delivery, hit in the air to shallow center field. Griffey coming in. Will put it away. That one off the end of the bat. But back-to-back homers, Sierra Mattingly. Yankees up. We'll return after this from your local stations. There's your line over the 6 innings here at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees back on top, 3-2. They've had to battle back in this ball game. The Mariners had a 1-0 lead. Yankees tied it. Mariners went 2-1. The Yankees got the lead. Left fielder, we're going to have Gerald Williams coming in for Deion James. Defensive replacement in left field. Andy Pettitte's gone the distance for the Yankees in this game. Has walked 3, struck out none. 2 runs on 6 hits off him.
2 reasons Buck Showalter makes that move early. He gets defense in there. Gerald Williams hits right-handed. He knows that Charlton's coming into this game pretty soon.
Misses outside with that.
So you don't want to waste an inning defensively.
Yeah.
Get him in there because you know Charlton's coming in. By the time his spot comes up, Williams will be batting against Charlton.
Already have him ready. 1-1. Breaking ball. He went after it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Remember, this is a 23-year-old rookie you're looking at, wearing 46 for the Yankees. His first postseason game after a 12-9 regular season. They talked about his stamina. He's got it. Let's check in on Boston, Cleveland, and it's at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. Take you there now.
All kinds of options here. Bob Costas and Bob Uecker at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. The Indians lead it 2-0 on a 2-run double by Omar Vizquel in the 5th inning. Orel Hershiser worked 7 1/3 with a man on and 1 out here in the 8th. They took him out. There's Orel, who stands to be the winning pitcher. Brought in Tavares to pitch to one man, Valentin. Got him to pop up, and now with the left-handed hitting Vaughn coming up, they bring the veteran left-hander Assenmacher out of the bullpen. And if Assenmacher can get them out of this inning, then Mesa would work the 9th. And for those of you just joining us, a look back to the 5th inning. And it's 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and Vizquel slams the ball into right center field. And since Lofton was the runner at first, they had absolutely no chance to get him at the plate.
There's Omar Vizquel. He started off this game tonight with a beautiful play. A ball hit to the hole at short by Valentin, and it ended up as being an error on the first baseman Paul Sorrento. It should have been a double play, but it didn't happen that way. But Vizquel with a big base hit, driving in the only 2 runs in this game.
Assenmacher comes on to face Vaughn, who only hit around .250 against left-handers this year.
We are back at Yankee Stadium after Dan Wilson flied to right. Joey Cora delivering that double in the gap in right center field. And Cora now has gone 2 for 3 against Andy Pettitte in this game.
We talked about how valuable Joey Cora has been to the Seattle Mariners. Hit second last night. He was moved down to the number 9 spot, but that pitch out over the plate, Joey Cora showed a little power. The opposite field fooled Paul O'Neill with that power.
He represents the potential tying run for the Mariners. 3-2 Yankee lead here in the top of the 7th inning, and Vince Coleman had a home run, a solo shot in the 3rd, his first postseason homer, only the 6th that he's picked up on the year. The Mariners now have picked up 7 hits off the left-hander. Bob Wickman has started to throw for the Yankees as the bullpen's beginning to be integrated into this game. Andy Bennis went 5 innings, the starter for the Mariners, charged with the 3 runs on 6 hits, walked 3, struck out 3. Gave up the long balls to Sierra and Mattingly in the back-to-back in the 6th. Vince Coleman fooled on the off-speed pitch, 0-2.
Well, he's seen a couple of off-speed pitches. First pitch was a curve ball. Then Andy Pettitte pulls the string. Look at that changeup. What makes it even better is that it's away.
Andy Pettitte has not struck anyone out in this game. The fans are up asking for one here. Coleman down to third. Wade Boggs. Can he do it again? No. And here comes Buck Showalter again. Single for Coleman. The runner, however, Cora, had to stay at second base. And Buck Showalter came out of that dugout as though he were ejected from a jet plane cockpit. I mean, I think he missed every step. He went from the bottom to the field.
Well, how many times now have we seen Vince Coleman go up the line? The fourth time he finally got one.
The second time, Tommy, in these two games, he's fallen over the bag.
We've seen Boggs go to his left. Here he goes to his right, covering a lot of ground with the sore left hamstring. Then he comes up and fires. He gets something on it. Check it out. Boy, they're all bang, bang. They're all about the same time. What an effort by Boggs, and that's why Cora has to stay at second base. Actually, I think the lunge and by Coleman tumbling a little bit really confuses Jim McKeon.
Look at the Yankee bench.
This is what's going through the bench. They're all umpires right now. Jack McDowell, who's pitching Friday, all of a sudden he becomes an American League umpire. Wow.
This is what it's all about.
Put this in your computer and throw it around. Joey Cora's at second base. If when Wade Boggs releases the throw after the diving catch, if he takes off for third, Don Mattingly probably comes off the bag, gets a throw, and goes back to third with a throw. And Coleman's safe. And then you don't know what's going to happen at third. So that's what Cora's thinking while that play is taking place. No slow-mo here. This is what Jim McKeon is seeing.
Wow. All right, first and second. One down. Breaking ball to Luis Sojo. The Yankees have a 3-2 lead in the seventh inning. Cora got this started with a one-out double. Coleman has delivered a single. He's now got a 2-for-4 ball game going. And Sojo 0 for 3 in this game, facing the left-hander, Andy Pettitte. Pickoff play at second, no throw made. Somewhere Brooks Robinson is smiling broadly watching Wade Boggs play third in these first two games.
Yeah, Craig Nettles may be having a chuckle or two also.
We are seeing spectacular defensive plays at third out of Boggs here in these games. Pettitte checking at second base. 1-0 pitch is there at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Keep in mind, too, Sojo, as you mentioned, 0 for 3, but has hit left-handers so well this year.
5th highest in the American League is numbers against left-handers. The irony, of course, Cora moved down to the 9 spots, 2 for 3. Sojo moved up to the second spots, 0 for 3. That's why managers have white hair.
Ain't no hits in that 2-hole.
Here's the 1-1, caught the outside corner, 1-2.
Boy, it's a big pitch for Pettitte. Goes with his fastball and paints it on the outside.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 down. Infield looking for 2. Fans want a strikeout. Sojo waiting. He hits the ball down the left field line, not deep, and it'll end up in the seats.
I'll tell you what, the Yankees, Gary, knew what they had in Andy Pettitte in the minor leagues. In his 4-year career in the minor leagues, he was 42-20. with an earned run average of about 2.5. So they knew it wasn't long before he'd be in the major leagues.
Boy, what a job he's done. He has now gone at least 7 innings in each of his last 8 starts. One-two, a long look back at second base. Sojo drills it up the middle for a base hit. Ernie Williams in to get it. Joey Cora coming to the plate, and we are tied again. An RBI single by Soho has brought home Joey Cora. Coleman goes over to third. Game is tied at 3.
Center fielder, Griffey.
Well, a couple of things happened on this base hit. Number one, great location by Soho to send it back up the middle. Then it kind of dies into the outfield grass. Because of that, Coleman easily goes over to third base and makes it a tougher situation with one down and runners at the corners.
Soho's first RBI of this division series. First and third, one away. Coleman a huge lead at third. This ball hit high in the air by Griffey. Shallow left. Gerald Williams. Coleman tagging. He's coming. The throw to the plate cut off. Boggs. Runner scores. Throw to second in time, but the run will count. Soho is thrown out at second base, but Coleman crossed the plate before the out, and the Mariners lead at 4-3.
At 12:30 Eastern, total. NFL on NBC. Dan Marino leads the league's only undefeated team, the Dolphins, against the extraordinary Marshall Faulk and the Colts. Barry Sanders and the Lions host the Cleveland Browns, a regional action. All part of a blockbuster doubleheader. The NFL on NBC, made in America, played in America, Sunday.
Well, for a moment, I may be a little surprised. Does not make a good throw. Vince Coleman scores. Heads up by Wade Boggs to take it on to second base as Velarde sweeps the tag onto Luis Soho.
Haven't seen enough. Just hang on. That ends up being a sacrifice fly, and Coleman making sure it counts, pointing to the plate as the umpire did. Yeah, the run counts. You got there. Gerald Williams' throw had to be cut off, so it's a sacrifice fly for Griffey as Griffey picks up his 4th RBI of this series, and now we'll see the man we were talking about coming in to save a game, but he's coming on here in the 7th inning. Norm Charlton on in relief facing Wade Boggs. 0 for 2, a walk and a run scored for Boggs in this game.
Well, we talked about the top of the lineup last night for the Mariners not producing. Vince Coleman, a big part of that run, going from first to third and then scoring.
Luis Soho, the shortstop, and Boggs is the first out here in the 7th. And the fans give a true Bronx cheer to the first base umpire. The Indians have jumped out to a 4-0 lead now. Eddie Murray, 2-run homer in that ball game for the Indians. They're in the 8th inning, and they may go up 2-0 in that series. Still tied there. They are in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Reds and Dodgers. What great games are being played tonight in this division series 2nd game night. One away, nobody on for the Yankees. The Mariners up 4-3. Norm Charlton coming on, trying to find a way to stop the Yankees here, who have just answered the Mariners every time they've scored. Bernie Williams, a double and an RBI in his last at bat. George Steinbrenner's gone down to the video replay room talking to the media about the plays. He wasn't happy with the umpiring last night. What's he going to be saying after this one tonight? 1-0 count. Norm Charlton fires it in. It's foul back. Charlton faced the Yankees this season in 3 games, 5 1/3 innings. Gave up only 1 run on 4 hits. The Yankees had a combined .211 average of him.
He's made quite a comeback, too, after having many surgeries, having missed the entire '94 season. The Phillies let him go. Could have been had by anybody. Lou Piniella remembered him from his 1990 World Series Cincinnati Reds team.
Fastball again is foul back. Yeah, this was a case where a former skipper wanted a guy he had great respect for on his team. Otherwise, Norm Charlton might not be in baseball.
Because what Lou Piniella remembered is what's inside. He knows how he reacts in certain situations.
A very big heart and a tremendous competitor. 1 ball, 2 strike count. 1 away, bottom of the 7th. Mariners up by 1. They're trying to even this series. Right field, curving towards that short porch, but not far enough. Buhner puts it away. 2 down. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without express written consent from the Office of the Commissioner. 2 down, 7th inning, Gary Thorne, Tommy Hutton. Mercy, this has been a good one. And it is not over. Paul O'Neill. O'Neill is a 1 for 3, 2 for 6 in the series. Backs off on the left-hander. Down low, ball 1.
Not to mention with Charlton a big heart, but a nasty forkball and a tough fastball.
O'Neill, a 259 hitter against southpaws this year. Strike called, and O'Neill's arguing. Man, regular season we wouldn't have anybody left to play in this game, nor would we have a manager.
Ball is down, and that's what Paul O'Neill is saying to the home plate umpire, Dale Scott.
That one a little lower even. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Have to wonder if Dale Scott was a little intimidated reading the papers today as to what George Steinbrenner had to say about him, about his call at first base last night.
2-1. Oh, yeah, tie game. Paul O'Neill, goodbye into the night of New York.
If it's any better than this, I don't know where you have to go. Fastball up, right out over for Paul O'Neill to get the little leg kick and drive on. Never a doubt once it left his bat.
Left-hander against left-hander. His 10th home run of the year off a southpaw 4-4 game. 3rd home run for the Yankees in this ball game. And Ruben Sierra, but one of the other 3 will stand in here against Norm Charlton. Paul O'Neill, a king-size effort off Norm Charlton, the left-hander. And a strike on the outside corner. O'Neill. Reds trying to go up 2-0 in that series.
Lou Piniella, as the manager of the Reds, worked with Paul O'Neill to get him to drive the ball and get more distance, to be more of a home run hitter.
Outside corner, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Sierra's not happy, but who is?
He's going to stay consistent with it and call it on Paul O'Neill. He drops the forkball in there on Sierra and does it again.
Struck him out, and Sierra comes right back to the home plate umpire, Dale Scott. 4-4 game. Norm Charlton gave up only 1 home run to a left-hander during the regular season. He had 45 at-bats by southpaws against it to the 8th inning. Bob Wickman has come on for the Yankees in replace of Andy Pettitte, who did an outstanding job in his first ever postseason start for the rookie. He will be non-decisioned in this one, as this game is now to the bullpens as far as the pitchers are concerned.
Well, and Bob Wickman of
2-0 count. Edgar Martinez, a double his last time up, 1 for 2. Bob Wickman getting that slider down on Edgar Martinez. 2 ball, 1 strike count. So the game will be decided here after the 7th. With both starters gone, Andy Benes, Andy Pettitte, non-decision, fouled off his foot, foul ball. Mariners have taken the lead 3 times. New York has had it once. Game has been tied 4 times.
Well, Andy Pettitte can feel good about his outing. He's upset that he gave up the 9 hits, but all of a sudden now every plan that Lou Piniella has laid out has not worked. He wanted to bring Charlton in to save it, to keep the lead. That hasn't happened. He wanted to bring Ayala in last night in the 7th inning to get left-handers out. That didn't happen.
2-2 delivery, fouled off into the seats by Edgar Martinez. George Steinbrenner, with all the press, laying out, I'm sure, a discussion about the umpiring so far in these 2 games. And so it goes. 2-2 the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And the other consideration now for Lou Piniella, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. He has his supposed tomorrow or Friday starter, Tim Belcher, in the bullpen. He may have to use him in this game.
Yankees won the first one last night, of course. Strike 3 call. Martinez. Andy Pettitte didn't strike anybody out. Wickman strikes out the first man he faces.
We talked about the sinker, but just to keep the hitters honest, Bob Wickman throws a slider, and he was able to put that slider in a perfect spot to the American League batting champ.
1 down here in the top of the 8th inning. 4-4 ball game. Jay Buhner, always a dangerous hitter, but particularly in these situations because of the threat to drive a ball out of the yard. Buhner's walked, popped out, flied out. Always has that home run swing. Indians trying to have taken the series lead at 2-0 as Oral Hershiser and the Indians have beaten the Red Sox 4-0. So they go to Boston up 2-0 in that series. The Rockies now up. Andres Galarraga, the RBI double, and Larkin has given the Reds the lead. 2 balls, 1 strike here.
The Indians will try to close it out Friday night with Charles Nagy against Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer.
Out of the stretch, Bob Wickman. Great sinker down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wickman struck out 51 in 80 innings he worked, walking 33. Opposition at 253 off him. 2-2 delivery. Buhner fights it off to stay alive. We had an errorless game last night. We have an errorless game tonight. We had spectacular plays last night. Boggs, Fernandez, Velarde, all have been spectacular in the field in this game. 2-2 the count. 1 down, bases empty. Jay Buhner's got a base hit to right field. Paul O'Neill up with it, and Buhner's on with his 2nd hit of the series, first one tonight. A 1-out single in the 8th inning off Bob Wickman. And we will get a visit to the mound here with Mike Blowers coming up with 1 down and 1 on.
We've talked over the years of all the moves that the Yankees make in the pitching coach department. Nardi Contreras, the pitching coach of the Yankees now. Billy Connors was the pitching coach for the first half of the season. It was the 36th change that the Yankees have made in the pitching coach position under George Steinbrenner.
Steve Howe, the left-hander in the bullpen, are trying to draw some extra time for him. It looks like Buck Showalter wants to make the change here. Let's check in right now with Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Gary, National League postseason update for you. Cincinnati and L.A. tied at 2. Top of the 8th, Antonio Osuna on for the Dodgers. Barry Larkin comes through with an RBI single. Larkin bringing in the go-ahead run in this game. The Reds have taken a 3-2 lead as they look to take a 2-0 lead in the series in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Atlanta and Colorado tied at 3. In the bottom of the 8th, Alejandro Pena on for the Braves, and Andres Galarraga with a double to score Dante Bichette with a go-ahead run. So the Rockies have taken a 4-3 lead in that game as they look to even things up with Atlanta. Gary?
Anna, thanks very much. So 2 updates for you there in the National League games. Here we are 4-4. Bob Wickman stays on to face Blowers, who is 0 for 2 and a walk. Runner at first base, broken bat, bloop towards right field. Velarde back, makes the play. Randy Velarde.
Yeah, Buck Showalter wanted Wickman to go after Blowers. He was trying to get a little time for Steve Howe to get loose in case he wants to bring in Steve Howe to face Tino Martinez. But a good pitch ties up Blowers on the little blooper. And then good concentration by Randy Velarde, who, as he was catching it, was actually thinking, turning and throwing to first base for a possible double play.
Velarde getting the job done. Buck Showalter to the decision to leave Bob Wickman in here and face the left-hander Tino Martinez, who has 2 singles and RBI. He's now gone 3 for 6 in the series. Runner at first base, Jay Buhner, 2 down. Strike 1. Mariners about hit the Yankees 10-7, but the game's tied at 4. Sierra and Mattingly had back-to-back home runs in the 6th. Paul O'Neill a solo shot in the 7th that tied it up. Tino Martinez will wait. Vince Coleman a home run for Seattle in the 3rd inning. Other RBIs, Tino Martinez with his that came in the 6th. Griffey a sacrifice fly. Luis Sojo has had an RBI single for the 4 RBIs for the Mariners. 0-1 delivery just missed outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If Bob Wickman were not a good sinker ball pitcher, he might not be pitching to Tino Martinez, but you consider the options. You might want a sinker baller out there as opposed to Steve Howe facing Martinez. Howe more of a fly ball type pitcher.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Wickman got it in, foul back, 1-2. Every time in these 2 games at Yankee Stadium, when a Yankee pitcher's got a chance for a strikeout, the fans come to their feet. Tino Martinez 3 for 5 lifetime against Wickman. 1-2 delivery, fouled off.
Good pitch and a good battle. Wickman put it where he wanted to, and Martinez was able to just stay alive by getting a piece of it. You got a guy who can go yard. You want to keep it away, keep it down, keep him in the ballpark, and Tino Martinez just stayed alive.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down, 1 on. Martinez takes it down low, 2-2. Don Mattingly holding the base runner Jay Buhner at first base, former teammates on the Yankees. Two again. Got him!
Back to Yankee Stadium in a moment. First, it is not over at Coors Field. Top of the 9th, Colorado leading 4-3. Fred McGriff drops the single into left off Mike Munoz. That scores Chipper Jones, who had gotten on base with a leadoff double. He's 5 for 10 in this series, and the Braves and Rockies are all tied up in the 9th. Gary and Tommy.
Anna, thank you. What a series for Chipper Jones of the 8th, tied at 4. Mattingly has delivered a home run and a single in this game and has drawn a walk. His first postseason home run came in a back-to-back setup in the 6th inning after Sierra had led the inning off with 1. Mattingly got it, both against Andy Bennis, and that chased Bennis out of the game on this swing of the bat. Mattingly cannot hold up on Norm Charlton. The left-hander gets him. Charlton with a couple of strikeouts now, one away in the 8th.
Well, Norm Charlton didn't change the menu to Don Mattingly. A steady diet of fork balls. He finally gets him to strike out.
Charlton has started the season with the Phillies. Got moved around, ended up at Seattle when Lou Piniella decided he wanted him after he had been released. Came on with Seattle, went 2-1, 14 saves in 30 appearances. A 1.51 ERA with Seattle in those 30 games. But as Tommy said, brought on here, and what happens to him? Tie ball game as Charlton came on in relief earlier than normal and could not protect the one-run lead, with O'Neill delivering the home run off him. Cleveland's gone up in that series 2-0. They go to Boston for the game on Friday. Indians winning tonight behind Oral Hershiser. Red Sox bats not getting going. Fred McGriff, Hannah just told us, bringing home Chipper Jones in that game. And Barry Larkin right now is the game-winning RBI. It's the go-ahead one at the moment. Grounded down to third and foul by Gerald Williams.
So far, that defensive move, half and half for Buck Showalter. He has the right-hander up against the lefty, but he didn't get the good throw from Gerald Williams on that sacrifice fly by Ken Griffey.
This one drilled deep to left field, right down the line. It is a foul ball.
You can almost say he was ahead in the game if that ball's out, though.
Almost anteed up a little more right there, Tommy. First at bat for Gerald Williams since coming on as the defensive replacement in the 7th.
He kicks and fires on a pitch that he was able to jerk, a pitch that was on the inside part of the plate, but he hooked it just foul.
Just 318 down that line here at Yankee Stadium. Norm Charlton, the 1-2 delivery, off speed to short. Long throw, Soho. He got him. 2 down in the 8th inning. 2 away, bases empty. Jim Lurtz coming up, got plunked by a pitch. Bill Risley hit him. Risley worked an inning, by the way, after Bennis came up. Hit a batter, and the rest were zeros on his line. Lurtz, the starting catcher for the left-handed rookie Andy Pettitte tonight, who left after 7, giving up 4 runs on 9 hits, walking 3, striking out none. Strike 1 on Lurtz.
Tell you what, Bill Risley has been the most solid relief pitcher so far for Lou Piniella in the 2 games.
Very effective in the limited action he's had. Grounded again towards short. Soho the charge. Bobbled. Error. Soho. First error in this series.
Soho really is in there because of his bat, but he has played solid, and he loses it right there as he tries to make the Larich with those catcher's wheels.
Chugging. Soho the error. He had 9 during the regular season, first in postseason.
Hey, Larich runs just as hard as Vince Coleman.
The results are just different. 2 down, but he's on. Tony Fernandez. Fernandez had the hit in the 5th inning, a single, and a big play in that inning. He got thrown out by Junior as Griffey in center field gunned it into second as he tried to extend a single into a double leading off the 5th inning. You know it's a great ball game when you can go back and in almost every inning key plays of some sort have been made in this game. Either defensively or big hits in tough situations. That has been the story of this game right from the beginning. 2 down, runner on at first base. Broken bat to third base. Force at second. Blowers goes to Cora, and they get Lurtz there. It remains at Yankee Stadium 4-4.
Back to Yankee Stadium in a moment at Coors Field, all tied up at 4-4, top of the 9th. Atlanta pinch hitter Mike Mordecai with a single to center off Darren Holmes. Fred McGriff coming in from second. McGriff is safe at home with a go-ahead run. It is 5-4 Atlanta. And then the next batter, Rafael Belliard with the grounder to second. The throwing error by Eric Young. And 2 more Braves come in to score. It is now 7-4 Atlanta. They take the lead in the top of the ninth. Let's get you back to Gary Thorne and Tommy Hutton.
Anna, thank you very much. What a huge era that may prove to be in the history of Colorado postseason play. Welcome back here to Yankee Stadium. This one lined by Diaz into left field. The pinch hitter, Alex Diaz, hitting for the catcher Dan Wilson, delivers a pinch hit single leading off the ninth in a 4-4 ball game.
Well, Lou Piniella makes a move and gets some results this time. Alex Diaz does a couple of things. Number one, leading off the inning, he reaches base with a nice base hit the opposite field. Number two, he has some speed, so he gives Piniella some options as a runner at first base. Diaz, during the time that Junior was on the DL, certainly didn't hit the way Ken Griffey Jr. can, and not many can, but played a terrific center field for the Seattle Mariners.
Here is the second best bunter on this team, and he has the second most sacrifices in the league during the regular season. Joey Cora. They are looking bunt here. He had 13 sacrifice bunts. Squares, takes the pitch inside, ball one.
Here he is in a bunt situation. You have a sinker ball pitcher who's trying to throw high fastballs now. And Wickman missed with the first pitch. You also have a couple of guys on the corners, Boggs and Mattingly, who can pounce on bunts.
Look for another big play. Boggs already in at third. Mattingly charges after the pitch. Throw over to keep Diaz there. Diaz 6 for 20 as a pinch hitter during the regular season. Good job coming off the bench for Lou Piniella.
Don't rule out hit and run.
Yep. Little butcher boy fake the bunt, pull it back play. 1-0 count. Bob Wickman delivers, bunted foul by Cora. 1 ball, 1 strike. Diaz all the way down to second base. Back to first.
Has the bat right there, just gets it in foul territory, even though Matt in the way Boggs is.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Cora waiting. Boggs moving in, creeping a little closer. Want to get Diaz leaning back towards that bag on a delivery to the plate.
You also toss over to first because you may want to see if Cora is going to tip his hand.
Alex Diaz picked up on waivers a year ago from Milwaukee. On at first base with a pinch hit single. Another sacrifice for Cora, moving Diaz down to second base with 1 away. The 1995 Division Series game being brought to you by Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile retailers. Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. And the makers of Advil. Buck Showalter is going to make the change right here. He's got Wickman will come out, and Wetland, the right-hander, is going to come on. So Diaz on at second base, top of the ninth inning, game tied at 4. Credit Joey Cora with getting it done again. Another good sacrifice. 1-3 on that putout. And the potential go-ahead run is now on at second base.
Yeah, Cora did his job. What he was trying to do was get it. The only play he had was to go to first base. So the Mariners with the go-ahead run on scoring position.
Game coming right down to nail-biting time here in the ninth inning. John Wetland coming on. Wetland did not have a good outing in what was supposed to be a mop-up performance in last night's game. Ended up being a nail-biter. He worked the final inning after David Cone left and gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in the inning work, walking 1 and striking out 1. So Wetland will come back in this one, and numbers up. Reminding you that tomorrow's going to be a travel day in the Division Series, so check out the most wanted night on television, must-see TV, NBC Thursday. All new episodes of Friends, The Single Guy, Seinfeld, Caroline in the City, and the biggest drama hit on television, ER. They don't call it must-see TV for nothing. You can catch the all-new episode.
Pettitte right here with the runner at second base. And one down, wants to retire the first two hitters to get out of the inning. Vince Coleman, Luis Sojo. The next hitter, Ken Griffey Jr. Back in August, Jr. hit a game-winning home run, a ninth-inning shot off Wetland to win the ball game.
While he warms up, we're going to check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Gets Mark Lewis to ground to short for the put out at second, but a run scores on the fielder's choice, so the Reds take a 4-2 lead now in the ninth, and the Dodgers looking at an 0-2 hole going back to Cincinnati. Gary.
For those who have not followed Cincinnati during the season, they are probably the most veteran team of the division series teams going into postseason. They are a talent-laden offensive lineup with veterans who know how to win ball games.
No, I tell you what, yeah, you get guys like Reggie Sanders, Ron Gant, Hal Morris, Barry Larkin. Yep. You're talking about some veteran players, some guys who have gotten clutch hits. Barry Larkin, an MVP candidate.
Yep, absolutely. Magnificent year for him. Indians moving on with that victory, 2-0 lead in that series. Braves trying to do the same there. 4 runs in the ninth for them to get the lead over the Rockies. And you just heard from Hannah, the Reds. Wetland on. Alex Diaz at second base, 1 down. Vince Coleman, a home run and a single and 4 at-bats in this game. Goes after the first Wetland delivery and fouls it back, strike 1. Vince Coleman 1 for 7, excuse me, Tommy, against Wetland in his career.
I was going to say, Gary, he really needed that outing last night. He hadn't pitched in a couple of days. He didn't pitch in the clinching game for the Yankees on Sunday in Toronto. So he needed to get those innings, the pitches that he made in last night. He should be ready tonight.
Wetland checking the runner at second base. Vince Coleman again fouls it back, same place, 0-2. Coleman shaking his head. A couple of pitches he thought he should have got a piece of. Crowd 57,126. Another sold-out Yankee Stadium. 2-strike count. Coleman waiting. Diaz off second. Coleman fouls it off again down the left field line. Some great battles when you get to this stage of the season, and this veteran slap-type hitter comes on and delivers a home run in this game in the 3rd inning. Singled in the 7th and scored. Now trying to pick up an RBI with Diaz on at second base. 29-year-old John Wetland. 0-2 again. Got him! Called strike 3, and Coleman didn't like it.
Coleman doesn't have an argument. That was just a great pitch. Wetland dropped the breaking ball in and fooled him because Coleman had seen nothing but fastballs. Good pitch by Wetland. And I think Buck Showalter also, Gary, showing us a little bit what he thinks of this game, too, by bringing Wetland in this situation, a tie ball game, normally bringing him in a save situation.
Wetland throwing strikes. Luis Sojo. Coleman retired on the strikeout by Wetland. There are 2 down. Diaz still on at second. 4-4 game, 9th inning. Tried to tomahawk it. Goes foul, 0-2. Sojo had the big hit in Monday's win over the Angels that put Seattle in the playoffs. Now he's trying to give them a big hit here.
Showalter taking a page out of Pinella's book. This is the saving situation with that runner at second base. That's why he brought in Wetland.
2-strike count, 2 down. Diaz off second base. Struck him out! Seven pitches, all strikes by Wetland. On the mound for Yankee Stadium, the bottom of the 9th inning in a 4-4 game. Norm Charlton on the mound for Seattle. Randy Velarde leading it off for the Yankees. Up high, ball 1. Chris Widger has come on to do the catching. The backup catcher for Dan Wilson, who came out when he was pinch hit for. This is a big spot for Chris Widger. He played in only 23 games with Seattle. Spent most of the year at AAA. Charlton's 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Tommy, we were speaking about the fact the runner gets on, it gets even tougher for him.
Yeah, Diaz stays in the game after picking up his pinch hit single. Widger hits in Coleman's spot.
Grounded toward short. Soho the long throw, and Velarde, the leadoff batter, is retired in the bottom of the 9th inning.
But you're right. We talked about that. Should the Yankees get some men on base with the good forkball that Norm Charlton has, it'll put a lot of pressure on the young catcher, Chris Widger.
One away. Wade Boggs. Reds have added another and a Mariano Duncan single. Norm Charlton with one away. Great baking ball to the left-hander. Darryl Strawberry, bat in hand, hasn't appeared yet in this series. Boggs takes the pitch, called strike, 0-2 on him.
Actually, Darryl Strawberry scheduled to play winter baseball. Play a little outfield.
Strike 3 called. Wade Boggs retired on 3 pitches by Norm Charlton, who has struck out 3, and there are 2 down in the Yankees' half of the 9th inning.
Now, you don't see that very often. Boggs up there. You almost have to say 3 perfect pitches by the left-hander Norm Charlton to get a lifetime .330 hitter out.
Boggs struck out only 50 times all year. There are 2 down. Bernie Williams.
Times like that, you just have to go back to the dugout and say, I'll get him next time.
Yep. Bernie Williams, an RBI double in the 5th inning, 1 for 4 in the game. 4 for 9 in the series. 2 down, bases empty, 9th inning, tie game. Down low, ball 1.
So far, the only mistake that Charlton has made since coming on in the 7th inning is the home run ball to Paul O'Neill
that tied this game up. Bernie Williams 1 for 4 lifetime against this left-hander. Check swing, but he went way around on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Yankee win, and they go 2 up in the series. Seattle trying to even it up to go home for game 3 on Friday. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a timeout taken at the plate. 4 runs, 11 hits for the Mariners, 4 and 7 for the Yankees. Pulled the string on him that time, off speed, way out in front on the swing, but enough to chop it off.
Just changing speeds a little bit on the forkball. Ball looks like it's going to be a nice hanger, so you jump out after it as a hitter. All of a sudden it turns into a good pitch.
Charlton with a 1-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. They are retired in order. He's thrown 30 pitches, 22 of them for strikes, and this game's going to go to the 10th inning.
Dodgers Stadium, 4-2 Reds. Mariano Duncan facing Pedro Estacio, and Duncan with an RBI single. It is 5-2 Reds. They scored twice in the top of the 9th. In the bottom of the inning now, Dodgers have a man on and no outs. Back to you, Gary.
Hannah keeping us updated on all of the other 3 series going on. This one's going on to the 10th inning. There's your line score over regulation. 4-11-1 for the Mariners. The error did not result in any unearned run. The Yankees 4-7-0.
The other thing going through Luke Pinella's mind, the longest outing of the year for Norm Charlton was a 3-inning performance on July 24th. Granted, early in his career, Charlton was a starting pitcher. He started some ball games, started some games for Piniella in 1990 for that World Series Cincinnati team. But after elbow surgery in '94, you have to wonder how much longer Charlton will stay out there.
There is John Wetland, who's on the mound for the Yankees. And he's got to start with this thunderous middle of the lineup.
We talked about that game winner, Junior, against Wetland. And it's hard to believe that was the first ever game-winning home run in the 9th inning that Ken Griffey Jr. had ever hit.
Now he faces Wetland again in the 10th inning, leading it off. Griffey in this ball game, a single and an RBI sacrifice fly. 1 for 3 in the game, 4 for 8 in the series. 1-0 count to him. Misses outside. And Wetland falls behind on him. 2 balls and no strikes. As the fans settle back in here for the 10th inning. And a tremendous ball game. Jammed him that time and fouled it back. 2 balls and 1 strike.
This is the ultimate test for that wrist that was broken of Ken Griffey Jr.'s, the left wrist. If he can get the bat head through, especially on something on the inner part of the plate, on Wetland's fastball, then it's okay.
That home run's the only time he's faced Wetland. 1 for 1. Fastball blown by him, 2-2.
If he keeps it up there, he'll have better success.
And the fans again rising at Yankee Stadium for Wetland with a 2-2 count. Out in front of an off-speed pitch. Good pitch by Wetland. Randy Velarde. Griffey's retired. 1 down.
It's a good pitch, a good call, because you don't ever want to get beat with your second pitch. But if you make it a good one, you can fool a hitter. Griffey geared for the fastball. He thinks he's going to get it. And Wetland throws up the slider, makes it a good pitch, kept it down, and had him out in front.
This is the middle of this Mariners lineup that so devastated Yankee pitching during the regular season and last night. Edgar Martinez doubled in the 6th inning and scored. He's gone 1 for 3 with a walk in this game. He hit .391 against the Yankees with 7 home runs in the 13 regular season games. A fly ball to left field. Gerald Williams. We've got 2 down here. Let's see what Hannah Storm has for us. Hannah.
Well, Gary, the Dodgers trying to come back at home. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. They're trailing by 3 until Eric Karros hits his 2nd home run of the game. A 2-run shot coming off reliever Jeff Brantley. It is now 5-4. Karros has all 4 RBI for his team tonight. There are now 2 outs in the inning. Gary?
Thanks, you, Hannah. And they just won't die, and they're not supposed to. This one drilled by Jay Buhner down the line. It's a fair ball. Williams over to get it. Buhner's going to try for 2. Williams throw off the mark. Buhner's in with a 2-out double in the 10th inning. His 2nd hit of the ball game, a single and a double for Jay.
And here comes Mike Blowers. Buhner just turns on it. He's a good fastball hitter. He's able to turn on that pitch. Tricky play into the corner, played nicely by Gerald Williams to come up with a good throw, but not in time. And it won't be Blowers. Another one of the role players the Mariners have been able to use this year very well. Comes off the bench. Has gotten some key base hits for Lou Piniella. Is Doug Strange. Strange will be the hitter.
Interesting. Piniella makes the move after last night. The game ended when Blowers was struck out by John Wetland in the 9th inning with a couple of base runners on. So tonight, trying to get the go-ahead RBI here in the 10th inning, veteran Doug Strange will come on as a pinch hitter against John Wetland. Strange is 0 for 3 against Wetland in his career. And for Doug Strange as a pinch hitter this year, he was successful, 10 for 32 off the bench with a home run and 7 pinch hit RBIs.
Between Strange and Alex Diaz, a couple of good players coming off the bench and filling in when players were injured.
Jay Buhner on at 2nd, 2 down, 10th inning, 4-4 game. Fastball by Wetland misses inside, ball 1. Jay Buhner is not particularly fleet of foot at second base. Just keep that in mind if there's a base hit. O'Neill, Bernie Williams, pretty decent arms in the outfield. Gerald Williams in left, a little less so based on the throw we saw earlier. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Buhner is healthy now, but he missed some time, was on the disabled list earlier in the year with a hamstring pull.
The Reds have won it. They have taken a 2-0 lead in that series despite the efforts of Alex Karros. Three balls, no strikes, 2 down. Lou Piniella pacing. Buhner's on at second base. Wetland trying to work his way out. Would he give him a green light? Had him take on that one. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Even though Strange has been a tough out off the bench, you'd rather get this guy than to go after Tino Martinez, who's been in the game.
3-1 with 2 down. Foul back. And Wetland's battle back to a full count.
A bonus for the Mariners. Buhner now with 2 outs. Even though he won't be going on the pitch, he can get his sights in on the strike zone. When he sees a pitch about to cross the plate, if it looks like Strange is going to swing, he can take off. If he hits the ball, he makes an out with 3 outs. If he swings and misses, he's out. So you can get a better jump on this situation.
3-2 delivery towards second base. Randy Velarde over. Pitcher's got a cover, and Wetland gets there. No runs, a double, and 1 left on. We'll be back. The 95 Division Series, the Yankees and the Mariners, after this from your local station.
You're watching NBC4.
4-4 ball game. Paul O'Neill's taking one up high, ball 1. Norm Charlton facing 3 batters potentially in this inning, all of whom have had home runs in this game. Paul O'Neill got one in the 7th. Sierra, Mattingly, due up, check, swing. Did he go? Yes. Rich Garcia the call. Third base umpire said he didn't hold up in time. 1 ball, 2 strikes on O'Neill. Bottom of the 10th inning. 4-4 ball game. Charlton with 1 more out will have worked his longest outing of the year. Breaking ball misses. 2-2.
One of the few times he'll throw that pitch. Likes to use it to left-handers. Drops down a little bit. Shows him something other than the fastball and forkball.
Charlton with a 2-2 delivery off the high kick, and he got him. That's 5 strikeouts now for Norm Charlton in this game. O'Neill retired 1 away in the bottom of the 10th.
5 strikeouts, no walks in his now longest outing of the year. Gets him to chase the fork.
Doing some yeoman's work here. 12 hits to the Mariners, 7 for the Yankees. Charlton brought on against O'Neill, who delivered the home run against him that tied this game up. 4-4. Breaking ball to second base in the ground. Joey Cora. Error on Cora. And Sierra reaches first.
Joey Cora lets that ball that had a little extra squib on it play him. We talked about how solid these 2 clubs have played defense, but once he started to back up and got on his heels, you knew he was in trouble.
He had 23 errors during the regular season at second base, and commits what could be a huge error here. And the theater of baseball continues. Here's Mattingly. His home run came in the 6th inning. Also a single and a walk in this game. 1 down. Charlton missing up high, ball 1.
This is pure adrenaline right now for Norm Charlton.
Mattingly taking the pitch away. Good stop made. Chris Widger on that one.
Well, we talked about the young catcher coming into the ball game, and he makes a good play right there to keep Sierra at first base. Charlton's not going to give Mattingly anything to pull. He doesn't want him to hit one out. He also doesn't want him to pull one through the hole on the right side.
2-0 delivery. Mattingly down to first. Great stop made. Martinez won. Back to the bag. They double it up. And the defensive plays in this game continue. Tino Martinez coming off the bag. We go to the 11th inning, 4-4.
Well, you see the score. It's been long balls and defense all night. Tino Martinez has never won a Gold Glove, but he turns in a beauty of a 3-6-3 double play. Mattingly did get a ball he could pull, but he pulled it right to the Mariner first baseman.
Because he was holding, coming off the bag, able to make the play. Now Tino Martinez leads it off here in the 11th inning. John Wetland continuing here. Came on and got the final 2 outs in the 9th. Gave up a double to Jay Buhner in the 10th inning. And goes to work here in the 11th inning with the bottom third of the order. Martinez, Diaz, and then Joey Cora due up. A couple of errors in the game by the Mariners, but it has not cost them. 4-4 ball game. And the breaking ball misses inside. 2-1.
You know, it just occurred to me, Gary. Here we are in the 11th inning. The way this game has gone with all the excitement, I have even thought about rain tonight. And that was our primary concern at the beginning.
When this game started, how were we ever going to get it done with all the rain around New York that never got into the New York City area today? And it has been just a perfect night for baseball here at Yankee Stadium.
And for any baseball fan watching. What a ball game.
All the other series now have ended up with 2-0 differentials. Towering fly ball, center field. Bernie Williams. And Tino Martinez is the first out in the Seattle half of the 11th inning. One away, and Alex Diaz up. Diaz came on to pinch hit in the 9th inning and delivered a single, then stayed on to play in left field. So this will be his second plate appearance in the game. Andy Pettitte, who started for the Yankees, went 7 innings, 4 runs on 9 hits. Walked 3, struck out none. The rookie did a good job. And Bob Wickman came on an inning and a third, a couple of hits, struck out 2, and now John Wetland. Fiss, Souvenir, and Wetland jumps ahead quickly, 0-2. Seattle, they got Andy Bennis 5+ innings, 3 runs on 6 hits. Bill Risley came on, worked an inning hitting a batter, but gave up no hits. And then Norm Charlton has gone on since. But Charlton, as Tommy said, has worked. It rolls on. Got him called. Strike 3, and yet another complaint. This one from Alex Diaz.
Well, at least the complaint department has been open on both sides tonight. But what Wetland does, we've seen him do it a couple of times. He freezes hitters. He was able to do it with Vince Coleman when he came on in the 9th inning. He shows them so many fastballs, freezes them with curveballs and sliders. That slider right there. Alex Diaz, a pretty good beef if you watch where Jim Leyritz makes the catch.
There's been a lot of mediation going on tonight because there have been lots of arguments.
You don't have to read his lips to hear him say that that was low.
There are 2 down. 2 down in the 11th. Joey Cora. Single in the 5th, double and scored in the 7th inning, and a sacrifice in the 9th. That one misses, 2-0. The other 57,000 people aren't happy here. Seattle's left 8 base runners on in this game. 7 left on so far by the Yankees. Fastball misses up high. And it's 3 balls and no strikes on Joey Cora.
We saw Nelson warming up, and you also wonder about John Wetland. Buck Showalter doesn't know how long he's going to last, and I would imagine with Nelson throwing now, that is all for Charlton.
Yeah, he's been up a long time there warming up. Pitch taken by Cora. Strike called. 3-1 on him. 2 down, bases empty. Top half of the 11th inning in this 4-4 game. Joey Cora fouls that one off the other way down the left field line. That'll take the count full. 3-2. These are the finals in the other games. The Indians taking the lead with a victory 4-0 over the Red Sox. They're 2-0 in their series. The Braves with that 7-4 win. They lead the Rockies 2-0 in that series. And the Cincinnati Reds over the Dodgers. They lead 2-0 in that series. Wetland retires the side in order. Yankees coming up in the bottom of the 11th. Lou Piniella and the Mariners and the Yankees are tied at 4-4. Norm Charlton did a heck of a job for him.
Super performance by Norm Charlton. He's not mad at leaving the game. He's still upset at the pitch he made to Paul O'Neill that tied the game.
Jeff Nelson coming on in relief. The 28-year-old right-hander. Who does he face? Darryl Strawberry. Strawberry is coming on to hit for Gerald Williams. First appearance in these 2 games. To take on Nelson, who did not. Takes the first pitch for a strike. One of baseball's big stories this past year, Strawberry's return to baseball. Made his Yankee debut August 4 against Detroit as a DH. Then went 1 for 4. Takes the strike there, and it's 0-2.
Well, you see the way Nelson likes to work to hitters. Left-handers or right-handers. Got that big sweeping breaking pitch. He's thrown 2 of those right on the outside corner.
Strawberry 276 during the regular season, 3 home runs in 32 games. Takes that pitch outside. Still has enormous power, but obviously being out of baseball so long, he's lost the ability to catch up with that real good fastball. He'll be working on it, playing winter ball. The Yankees are going to exercise the option on him for about $1.8 million for next year. And Strawberry asked
Nelson that he's having trouble catching up with that fastball right now.
1-2 delivery by Nelson. Swung on and missed. Took something off that, and Strawberry is retired. So Nelson wins the battle, 1 down in the bottom half of the 11th inning.
Well, Jeff Nelson stayed with the pitch that got him ahead in the count. Comes back again with that breaking ball, the sweeping breaking pitch in the outside corner. All 3 of those strikes in the same place.
Kind of in unison there. 1 down. Strawberry retired, probably stay in the game and play in left field. Here's Jim Leyritz. Leyritz in the game, reached on an error, hit by a pitch. 0 for 2 officially at the plate in the ball game. The Yankee catcher tonight, Jeff Nelson, sidearms him, right field, near the warning track, but it's in the yard. Jay Buhner, 2 down. Seattle Mariners went 4-6 in extra inning affairs. 2 down, bases empty. Tony Fernandez, the shortstop of the Yankees, 1 for 4.
Nobody did what the Cleveland Indians did in extra inning ball games. Cleveland went 13-0.
Some of their numbers are absolutely phenomenal. Fox in their series. Fernandez takes the pitch inside for a ball from Jeff Nelson. New York has not had a hit in this game since Paul O'Neill got the homer off Charlton with 2 down in the 7th inning. It's the last Yankee hit. We are in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Fernandez swings through the fastball. Nelson looks a whole lot better off.
Wanted to get Strawberry going for something out over the plate. But he's come on and fired. And sometimes that happens to players, be they pitchers or hitters, first appearance in postseason. You got to get that adrenaline working in the right direction.
Appeared 62 times during the regular season, a couple of saves, 78 innings, only gave up 58 hits, striking out 96 in 78 innings, and giving up only 27 walks. Those are very impressive numbers. The opposition hit only 209 off Nelson. Trying to get Fernandez to bite on one. He would not. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 down. The bases are empty. 4-4 game in the 11th. Jeff Nelson on is the 4th Seattle pitcher. Charlton went 4 innings, 1 run, 1 hit, walked none, and struck out 5. But the homer by O'Neill, the big blow off him. Fouled off. Remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ron Mattingly, the Yankee captain, had a home run in this ball game. Wade Boggs scored a run after he drew a walk in the game, but has had an 0 for 4 in it. All just kind of waiting now as this one is settled in. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Fernandez.
Well, that's such a tantalizing pitch to left-handers. You don't know if it's going to come back and catch the corner. You have to go right out with it.
Fernandez, 2 for 4 lifetime against Nelson. Takes the called strike 3. So Nelson comes on and retires the Yankees in order. We have now completed 8 at bat for the Mariners. Leading off the 12th inning, takes it inside for a ball from John Wetland. Widgers come on as the catcher. Velarde has moved out to left field now. They do not leave Strawberry in. And Pat Kelly takes over at second base.
Well, it helps when you have versatile players, and Randy Velarde certainly is that. We've talked about his ability to play the infield. Darryl Strawberry's had troubles. Buck Showalter really doesn't hurt his defense at all. Pat Kelly, an outstanding defensive second baseman, and Randy Velarde very solid in left field.
Decisions made by Buck Showalter. 12th inning, 4-4 game. 24-year-old Chris Widger out of Wilmington, Delaware, the backup catcher, now on for them. And hitting in the leadoff spot, Soho and Griffey due up here in the 12th for Seattle. Mariners got their last couple of runs in the 7th inning, just as the Yankees got theirs via Paul O'Neill's home run in that inning. Breaking ball got him. Boy, Wetland is strong tonight. 4 strikeouts for him. Widgers retired. 1 away in the 12th.
Still dropping that breaking pitch in, getting strikeouts. We talked about Norm Charlton going
extending it here in this game. Popped up at the plate. Larrett's back, may have room. He does. Soho, the second out. Griffey coming to the plate in game 1, 4th inning against David Cone last night. He delivered a solo shot leading that 4th inning off. He came up again in the 7th inning, again against David Cone, a 2-run homer. Now he stands in with 2 down and nobody on in the 12th inning.
I like what David Cone said. He said, I could have blamed my blister. He said, I just made some bad pitches. And how about what Griffey said before this series started? Told his teammates, you can get on my back and ride me through the playoffs.
They're ready to gallop right now.
How about the last 3 days for the Seattle Mariners?
They're a member of all the exclusive mileage clubs. Swung on and missed. Griffey was going for the downs. 1-1. In Texas, Seattle had to go back home to Seattle. Had the playoff game. Then had to fly cross country to play last night.
It's been amazing the way they've come back and stayed up for this ball game. Because we talked about it last night. It's always that second day where you get the little letdown from jet lag.
Griffey waiting on it. Wetland misses up high to him. And the count is 3 balls and 1 strike on Junior.
I talked to Lou Piniella before the game, and he had no worries at all about his ball club being ready tonight.
And they have been. They've answered the call. 4-4. Griffey with an RBI in this game. 4 in the series. He drills it deep to right field towards the gap. 385. My goodbye. Home run. He has done it again. His teammates were on board, and he delivered. Get on my back and ride it. It is a 5-4 Seattle lead.
John Wetland got himself in that spot. He had to make a pretty good pitch, and Griffey drills it. As soon as the pitch was out over the plate, you knew that he was able to get some extension on the fastball, drive it into those right center field seats. As soon as Wetland made the pitch, and as soon as it was hit, he knew where.
Griffey again at the plate. Griffey delivers the home run. He has now had 2 home runs in 3 at-bats against Wetland. Watch that bench.
They're getting ready to get on and ride. And that's what they want. They know they're in a position right now to split in New York, and that's what they were hoping for.
A home run by Ken Griffey Jr., the 13th hit of this game for the Mariners, and they have taken a 5-4 lead. It comes with 2 down in the 12th inning. Edgar Martinez fouls this one back. Lawrence gives Chase no play.
Well, we showed you that home run that Griffey hit not too long ago off John Wetland at the Kingdome in Seattle, a game winner in the 9th inning. He does it again. It's not a game winner yet, but he's put his ball club in a position to win, and again doing it off John Wetland.
2 for 3 in his career. 2 for 3 against Wetland. Both of them home runs. And maybe another game winner. Swung on and missed by Martinez. 0-2.
Remember when he told me Billy Martin used to chase him and a lot of other kids out of the clubhouse when his dad was playing here, Ken Griffey Sr. His dad used to tell him, well, when you go back to Yankee Stadium, you play hard, get some base hits.
He listened well, did he not? 2 down here, bases empty. Martinez waiting. Breaking ball misses down low from Wetland. John Wetland coming on for these Yankees after Andy Pettitte and Bob Wickman had worked. 3 pretty decent innings. But for that one pitch, and a base hit to right field by Edgar Martinez. He's got his 2nd hit of the game. O'Neill gets it back in. And Martinez continues to shine in this series. A double and a single. Up 2-0 against the Red Sox with that 4-0 win. The Braves, the big outburst in the 9th, are up 2-0 against the Rockies, heading to Atlanta. And the Reds heading home with a 2-0 lead against the Dodgers. Now tell me again, in a 5-game series, the home field advantage goes to which team in a 2-3 setup?
The home field goes to the final 3 ball games, and all of a sudden it becomes best of 3 series now if this holds up between the Yankees and the Mariners.
Buck Showalter is on his way out. He was buying some time for the bullpen with a couple of visits and a discussion.
Well, I think he's seen a tiring John Wetland. We talked about the many pitches he's thrown working here.
Ken Griffey Jr. with a 2-out homer here in the 12th inning, giving the Mariners a 5-4 lead. He can drill it. A line drive, 385 mark, coming off John Wetland, who has left the game. And it hurts. Mariano Rivera out of Panama City, Panama, on in relief, 25-year-old right-hander for the Yankees.
Well, you saw that shot of John Wetland. Norm Charlton and John Wetland, a couple of real warriors coming out of bullpens. You knew that one of them might get burned.
Question was who was going to get burned last. And that's still to be determined here. Norm Charlton's out of the game after 4 good innings. And Wetland out of there, hoping the Yankees can hold it right here, and they'll get another shot at it in the bottom half of the 12th inning.
Tell you, this youngster can fire, Mariano Rivera, and you don't you don't see much shorter fastballs from him than you did from John Wetland.
Jay Buhner up, runner at first base, 2 down. 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed just like that. That's it. Rivera gets the strikeout. Griffey's got the go-ahead RBI for the...
Watching NBC4.
The Yankees get the chance, bottom half of the 12th inning. Jeff Nelson, the loser in last night's game, a chance to get the victory in this one. Randy Velarde leading it off, Wade Boggs, and then Bernie Williams are due up for the Yankees.
11th inning has made some great pitches with that breaking ball. The time he froze Randy Velarde.
Second inning of work for Nelson. Retired the side in order in the 11th with a couple of strikeouts. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Randy Velarde, who has taken an 0 for 3 in this one.
He has the one that he'll start right at a right-hander. Try to freeze him, catch the inside corner. Then he'll start one about middle of the plate, try to get the righty to chase it.
There you go. Randy Velarde, the 3rd strikeout victim of Jeff Nelson, 1 away in the Yankee half of the 12th.
Good movement, takes it away, maybe even off the plate, but a tough pitch to lay off of if you're a right-handed hitter with 2 strikes.
Lou Piniella positioning the outfield.
Hey, he's had Tim Belcher warming up also, so that may make a decision
for first strike. 0 for 4 tonight. Now a 3 for 9 in the series. Boggs 1 for 4 against Jeff Nelson this year. Again, that slider. This is inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Seattle trying to do what the other teams trailing in the division games have not been able to do, and that's even a series. Nelson getting the call on that. A ball and 2 strikes on Wade Boggs. Randy Johnson, the big unit. The decision still to be made on when he will pitch. This series is even. He may go a game later. That one down the left field line towards the corner, but curving into the seats. Still 1 and 2 on Boggs.
Oh, Gary, remember the trouble the bullpen had last night. 2 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs. Tonight, Risley, Charlton, and Nelson have given up just 1 base hit and 1 run.
A magnificent job by the bullpen. And when you're going to pitch McDowell if you're Buck Showalter?
You want to pitch him. He's 10-1 with a 2.24 lifetime against the Seattle Mariners.
Decisions to be made pending the outcome of this game 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Boggs. Jeff Nelson way outside on the for the Yankees. Jeff Nelson for Seattle. Nelson a 7-3 mark during the regular season, all in relief. 62 relief appearances. Boggs waiting, and the count goes full. 3-2.
See if he stays with that breaking pitch that's been his bread and butter here in the last inning.
The Yankees get the potential tying run on with 1 out in the 12th inning. Now they have Bernie Williams coming up, batting second in the order, with O'Neill on deck.
If Buck Showalter makes a move, of course, Boggs has that sore left hamstring.
Probably will come out of the game for a pinch runner.
That'd be Jorge Posada, the youngster they kept on the roster. He's a 3rd catcher. And right here, Buck Showalter is going to utilize his abilities as a pinch runner. Get a little more speed with Boggs nursing that left hamstring.
Perez did not make the postseason roster on the pitching staff, so that allowed Buck Showalter to have the 3 catchers. So Posada's on. Game in the 12th inning. Mariners lead it 5-4. Jeff Nelson delivers and missed outside, ball 1. Bernie Williams, an RBI double in the 5th inning, is 1 hit in 5 at-bats in this game.
Well, I didn't waste any time for Lou Piniella to make the call to the bullpen. We told you he had veteran Tim Belcher down there warming up. He's bringing him in.
did not like what he's seeing from Nelson on the last couple of pitches. So Nelson's gone. Belcher's in. Well, it's in the postseason where the starters become relievers. And 33-year-old right-hander Tim Belcher will make his first relief appearance since 1993. When pitching with the Chicago White Sox, he had a relief appearance as a starter.
And he also made one in the League Championship Series in '93. Picked up a win against the Toronto Blue Jays for the White Sox. Game 4.
So at Yankee Stadium, bottom half of the 12th inning, the Mariners have a 5-4 lead on Ken Griffey's home run in the top of the 12th. Boggs has drawn the walk. Posada's come on as the pinch runner for him with one down. And Bernie Williams stands in with a 1-0 count on him. Tim Belcher, the 5th pitcher for the Mariners in this game. Bernie Williams takes the fastball down low, 2-0.
The outfielders take a step or two back. You want to play a little deeper so you can cut something off in the gap to prevent the run from scoring from first base.
Seattle bullpen tonight, very effective.
What a turnaround.
Belcher trying to continue it. Gets that in for the strike, 2-1 on Bernie Williams. Bernie Williams 5 for 16 in his career against Tim Belcher. Williams, as we've mentioned, has been a story in the latter part of the season. Big RBIs, big hits. Second highest batting average in the American League in the month of September. 2-1 to him. Belcher just missing outside. 3-1. Only one out.
69 pacing. Lou Piniella.
Three ball, one strike count on Williams. Posada off first. 3-2. We're not going to leave this game without one last look at the umpire.
Put yourself in Buck Showalter's position, too. 3-2 with one out. Do you send the runner? Most of the night, that pitch has been a strike down in that area.
The 57,000 plus still here. Most. 3-2-1 down. Delivery to Williams. He walked him. Tim Belcher watched the first man he faces. Yankees have 2 on, 1 away.
And the reason Buck Showalter did not have Posada running, he's got the meat of his order. The last thing he wanted to do was run himself out of an inning. Possible double play. He wanted to give O'Neill a chance, possibly even Sierra.
O'Neill's already delivered 1 home run in this game, along with another single. Couple of hits in 5 at-bats. Their leading RBI man up here with runners at first and second and 1 out. Infield looking for the double play ground ball. O'Neill takes the off speed, 2-0.
The only thing that's tough when you bring a starting pitcher into a relief situation, especially when he started all year, all of a sudden he's in uncharted territory. He's not familiar out there. It's a different situation. I guess the one that comes to mind to me is Steve Rogers pitching to Rick Monday in 1981. Expos and Dodgers.
Very tough. Paul O'Neill, a .290 hitter with runners in scoring position. Yankees down a run down the left field line. It is a looper. Diaz charging. Oh, what a play. What a catch. They were playing O'Neill to pull the ball. Diaz ran a country mile. A sprawling catch. The runners still at first and second and 2 down.
A few innings back when Diaz pinch hit, Lou Piniella didn't hesitate to keep him in the ball game and stick him in left field. Vince Coleman left and Griffey Jr. A long way to go, keeps the concentration, and a 3-point landing.
Paul O'Neill was closer than he thought to a base hit on this.
Yeah, he's mad just as the way he hit the ball, not thinking that it had a chance even to be a base hit.
Lou Piniella went out to have a word with Tim Belcher. Tim Belcher, with 5 saves in his career, is in a save situation here. 2 down. Yankees with 2 on. Ruben Sierra. Outside corner strike. Sierra delivered a home run in the 6th inning. The first of back-to-backs hit by Sierra, and he skipped this game tied up here in the 12th inning. Belcher staying away from him, missed a ball and a strike. On deck, the Yankee captain. Lou Piniella so far has registered a 5-mile walk over there. Swung on left field. Diaz back at the wall. Diaz looking off the top of the wall. One run in. Yankees can win it. Relay throw coming. Soho front of the plate, and they got him. It's tied up. The game is tied. Soho on the relay to take out Bernie Williams will end the inning. Posada scored. Ruben Sierra, the RBI. We go to the 13th inning, tied at 5. Ruben Sierra has tied the game up. He's got 2 RBIs in it.
Sierra showing his power the opposite way. He thinks he may have hit one out. Doesn't really matter how he runs. And Diaz gets caught in between. Went back, thought he was going to make a play, and then got too close to the wall. Comes up with a good throw to the cutoff man, and the relay to the plate is perfect.
Soho made that relay throw, and it was a good one. Liric's back, puts it away.
And you cannot fault third base coach Willie Randolph sending Bernie Williams. You send him, you take the chance. It took a perfect play by the Mariners, 7-6-2 to get the out.
What a ball game. Tim Belcher angry with himself. Doug Strange has popped out to Liric's. Russ Davis has come on to play third base for the Yankees. Boggs came out for a pinch runner, so Davis is in at third. And suddenly, 25-year-old Mariano Rivera has become the pitcher of record for the Yankees, and Tim Belt 5. The 12th inning of the home team ending on a play at the plate. Perfect execution by Seattle on that relay. Soho, the shortstop, the strike to the plate.
How about the roller coaster they've been on?
Just when they think. 0-2 the count, 1 down. It's in this game, 2 singles and 5 at-bats and an RBI for Tino Martinez. Griffey's home run that could have been the game winner came off Wetland in the top half of the 12th and 2 down. It's not. 0-2, broken bat, ground ball to second base. Pat Kelly. 2 down.
In an incredible play. I'm thinking of Tino Martinez, the 3-6-3 double play. Here comes Alex Diaz with the beautiful catch last inning on the looper by O'Neill.
This is going to be one of these games when you start breaking it down to review it, you have to play the whole game again. There have been so many spectacular plays. Alex Diaz, who made one of them. 2 down, bases empty. Diaz, Mattingly. 1-2-3 inning for Rivera on just 6 pitches. Bottom half of the 13th inning coming in this 5-5 game. We remind you, Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, the playoffs continue. Game 3 of the division series. The scene will shift to Seattle, the Mariners hosting the Yankees. Some of you will see other division series games. Check your local listings for regional coverage of Game 3 Friday night, 8 Eastern and 5 Pacific. The captain, Don Mattingly, leading off the Yankee half of the 13th. Mattingly with a home run in the 6th inning. A single back in the 2nd. 2 for 4 in the game. 2-0.
You get the feeling that this wild card thing is catching on.
I don't think anybody will ever buy it. Have we had games in the 4 games that were played tonight, and this one the only one remaining to be decided? 57,000. I mean, they're almost all still here. Strike on the outside corner, 2 balls and 1 strike. 57,126 here tonight, and very few have left. Why would you? You came to see great baseball. You're still seeing it. 2-1 overhand fastball, foul back by Mattingly. Don Mattingly 3 for 13 in his career against Belcher. 33-year-old right-hander facing the veteran Mattingly. They're chanting.
Belcher can be sneaky because he appears to really short on the ball when he delivers to a hitter, and it's tough to pick it up.
2 with cheese, no anchovies. Mattingly swings and got a piece of it. Foul, tipped it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, he certainly has started his first postseason successfully. A 2 for 4 last night. Another 2 for 4 going in this ball game. First postseason home run. 2-2 from Belcher. Again, just enough to stay alive. Lee Elia on the left of your screen. Lou Piniella, the skipper. Had to sit down. He's never walked that far in his life.
He's on his 3rd pair of shoes.
Pacing and pacing and pacing. 2-2 again by Belcher. Mattingly, base hit.
Fouled off some tough pitches that Belcher threw to the plate. Finally got a pitch that he could drive up the middle. And I'd say the captain has certainly risen to postseason. What is he, 5 for 9 now?
6th time he's reached base in 2 games. 4 times he's been on tonight. 3 hits tonight. Could be the game-winning run. Looking for this.
He's the best bunter the Yankees have on their ball club.
He squares. He drops it. It's a good one. Martinez gets it over to Fermin, covering. A sacrifice for Pat Kelly. Mattingly to second base. 1 out.
All of a sudden you make a move and Kelly pops up in the spot in the order following Mattingly when you want a sacrifice bunt. It turns out just right for Buck Showalter. Kelly gets a good pitch to bunt and puts it in a perfect spot.
Jim Lurtz has worked the entire game behind the plate tonight. He is a .282 hitter with runners in scoring position. 1 for 3 in his career against Belcher. Tie game, 13th inning. Mattingly at second. Lurtz takes it down low, ball 1.
I'm going back to Mattingly's at bat, just thinking about it. Watching great hitters, you see them foul off the good pitches, the pitcher's pitches, and then getting a pitch that they can handle. And that's what Mattingly did.
0 for 4 tonight for Lurtz. Belcher up high, 2-0. The count. Lurtz, a tapper. Mattingly's holding at second base. Play at first, got him. The ball hit over towards the third base side, so Mattingly had to stay there. Lurtz retired on the play by Belcher, 2 down.
Really a tough call if you're the base runner. If you have a lot of speed, you probably end up at third base. Mattingly's just trying to play it safe. He knows he's the winning run, so he at least wants to stay there. If he takes off, Belcher can come off, maybe make a play at third.
Strategy discussion. Lou Piniella out. Fernandez, the switch hitter, coming up. Then Randy Velarde. 2 down. Potential winning run on at second base for the Yankees.
The obvious is there. First base is open. Tony Fernandez is a switch hitter. But you never know. Piniella may know that Belcher's had great success against Tony Fernandez and maybe not so good a success against Randy Velarde. But as I say that, you're shaking your head, so they'll probably put him on.
Fernandez is 7 for 20 against Tim Belcher.
Then you go ahead. His run doesn't mean a thing.
A 350 hitter off Belcher, so the decision is to walk him and face Randy Velarde instead.
Then you have the righty-righty matchup.
Randy Velarde is 2 for 9 off Belcher. The intentional pass, because as Tommy says, that run doesn't matter. It's Mattingly at second base, the only thing that matters right now.
That's the other thing it helps out too. It sets up a force out in the infield. If Velarde, let's say, hits a ball to deep short, makes it a little easier play for Soho to go to second base as opposed to maybe throwing it away at first base.
How about this young catcher, Chris Widger, finding himself in this game after playing so little as the backup catcher. He has to go out and talk to these pitchers because he just hasn't had that many chances to catch most of these guys. He wants to make sure the 24-year-old appeared in only 23 games, spending most of the year at AAA.
Yeah, when you have a 33-year-old veteran out there, you want to make sure he's throwing what he wants to throw.
Yeah. 2 down, 2 on. Yankees trying to win it here in the bottom of the 13th. Randy Velarde called strike on him. Velarde, a .276 hitter with runners in scoring position. Just about the same as he had on the season overall. Mattingly off second base. 0-1 delivery. Slider missed away. 1-1.
Great arm in center, great arm in right, decent in left, and just average speed in Don Mattingly.
And above average tension at Yankee Stadium. 1 ball, 1 strike. Velarde takes the breaking ball, strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
No sense for the crowd to go wild. It's been a strike all night for Dale Scott. In his mind.
The only one that matters here tonight. 1-2 the count. Randy Velarde. Belcher looked back at Mattingly twice. 1-2 delivery. Popped up. Maybe playable. Tino Martinez, first baseman. Foul territory, got it. And Belcher works his way out of it, and the strategy of Lou Piniella works. We've now completed 13 innings. 5-5. Welcome back to Yankee Stadium. Gary Thorne, Tommy Hutton, and all of our crew. It has been a magnificent playoff game. 5-5. We are going to the top of the 14th inning. Mariano Rivera, the 25-year-old right-hander, is on for the Yankees. Felix Fermin, getting his first at-bat, came on as a defensive replacement at second base in the last inning for Joey Cora. We're the only game still going. Others have been wrapped up. The other teams that won have taken a 2-0 lead in their series. The Yankees lead in this series, having won last night. This game still on. Fermin, 0-2. Rivera, foul back. We now, as Tommy and I were talking between innings, have 2 starters in this game on the mound.
They have a situation with 2 pitchers out there who can go for a while, and also with the changes that have been made, you can pitch around certain hitters in the lineup because of it.
0-2 the count. Whoa, no ladder tall enough for that one. Rivera gets his second strikeout. Fermin down 1 away in the 14th.
Especially with a Rivera fastball. We told you he has it up there in the mid-90s. And Felix Fermin has no chance right there.
One away, second strikeout for Mariano Rivera. Here's Chris Widger, the catcher. Makes the strike on the outside corner. 95-mile-an-hour fastball registering on the gun, what Rivera's throwing, and then he throws a little junk like that.
That's no fair. If you throw 95 and then you throw that pitch to a guy who didn't play a lot this year, Chris Widger.
Give me a break. Now he'll come right back and jam me at about 95 miles an hour. Slider just missed. Lawrence is ready to throw it around the infield.
Tell you what, to show you the kind of movement he has, I think that was just a good cut fastball.
Yeah, you're right. He is bringing it. 1-2 the count. Chopped down to first by Widger and foul. Holds at 1-2.
You talked about those other teams, Gary, that have gone up 2-0. They're already halfway to their next destination.
Seattle Mariners and the Yankees over 3,000 miles where they're going to get there, and the question is how many more innings. 2 down.
Well, you can see why the Yankees like Mariano Rivera. Good slider right there to go along with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
6 batters. Nobody's hit the ball out of the infield. He struck out 3. Luis Sojo, 2 down, bases empty here in the 14th inning. Each team scoring a run in the 12th inning. Griffey had a 2-out homer to put Seattle on top. The Yankees came back on an RBI double by Sierra to tie it, and incredibly in that 12th inning, the final out of the inning came at the plate as Bernie Williams came around and tried to score from first and was thrown out on a relay from Diaz to Sojo to the catcher. There's that slider in the outside corner. 1-2. What movement, huh?
Wow. Good moving fastball.
A 1-ball, 2-strike count. The Yankee faithful as vocal as they were yesterday. A ball and 2 strikes. You know, that taxi we called for has got its meter running. You know that? I hope you brought a lot of cash. The 1-2 struck him out. Mariano Rivera strikes out the side. 7 batters. Nobody's got it out of the infield of him. Back from your local stations.
Watching NBC4.
Russ Davis leading it off for the Yankees in the bottom half of the 14th inning. For Davis, it'll be his first at-bat, coming on to play third for Boggs, who had a pinch runner that took him out of the game. Tim Belcher still on, a check to see if he went around, and no. 2 balls and no strikes on Davis.
Youngster who does have some power. Last 3 years in the minor leagues for the Yankees, he's averaged 24 home runs a year.
Davis getting his first plate appearance in these 2 games. The overhand fastball in by Belcher. 2 balls and 1 strike on Russ Davis. Bernie Williams and then Paul O'Neill due up here in the 14th for the Yankees against the 33-year-old right-hander. 2-1 delivery. Foul back. Belcher evens it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Belcher's feeling more like himself now. This looks a whole lot more like a start than a relief appearance.
Starting to settle in. He's gotten out of that relief environment, and certainly with postseason experience. We talked about it with the White Sox in '93, with the Dodgers in '88.
2-2 delivery to Davis. Base hit. A leadoff single by Russ Davis in the bottom half of the 14th.
Seems like every time tonight when a pitcher for either side, the Mariners or the Yankees, makes a mistake, it's costly. Make a mistake, it's a base hit. That's happened all night.
Now the Yankees get the leadoff man on in a 5-5 game here in the 14th inning. Williams, O'Neill, Sierra in the lineup.
You go back to Norm Charlton, 4 innings. He made 1 mistake to Paul O'Neill. John Wetland in his work, the 1 mistake to Griffey Jr.
The long ball has kept this game going. Strange in at third base. Bernie Williams waiting. Does not show bunt. Takes it up high for a ball. Bernie Williams, an RBI double in this game. Has drawn 1 walk. His 7th plate appearance of the game. One-0 delivery to him, and he fouls it off down the left field line. So he's not bunting. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tommy and I were talking about the game in 1986 in Houston, the Mets in Houston. This game is now the 2nd longest in innings in postseason play to that game. As we are in the 14th. That one went 16. You
can still see that Billy Hatcher home run.
Claimed by many to be maybe the greatest game ever played. 1986 Game 6. 1 ball, 1 strike on Bernie Williams. Russ Davis, the base runner at first. Belcher, the 1-1. Foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What a battle.
Some thinking here about a possible sacrifice. Bernie has sacrificed twice this year, but he's not the prototypical number 2 hitter that would be automatic to send up there and bunt. He swings the bat so well. He's had such a solid season. Buck Showalter has allowed him to swing away in this situation.
He has hit into 12 double plays, which surprises me. He's got some pretty good speed up there. That, of course, is what Belcher wants here. 1-2 count. Williams takes it outside. Good play by Widger to block that one between the legs. 2-2.
Well, we've seen Widger. We talked about it when he first came, handling Norm Charlton. He's done a good job back there.
Very solid. 2-2 the count on Williams. Davis off first. Again outside, full count, 3-2. Hasn't had a lot of sleep the last couple of days. He's had a little more, but not much.
They're not going to get much tonight either.
What they get will be in the air at some time. We think we got a taxi bill. They got a jet with the engines running, waiting. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 5-5 game, 14th inning. Davis at first base. 3-2 delivery. Bernie Williams line drive, chance for 2. They got it. Felix Fermin. You cannot let that happen if you are Russ Davis. You have got to be sure that ball's through before you get that far off the base.
The only way you get doubled up is if you're going on the pitch, and he was not going. Not going. There's the pitch. It's right in front of him. Now, after 2 or 3 steps, it's too late, and a heads-up play by Fermin to doubling off. He just shuffles off. He's not running on the 3-2 pitch. He picks the ball up too late and can't get back to the bag. A mistake by Russ Davis.
There are 2 down. Here's O'Neill. His home run came in the 7th inning. It tied the ball game up at 4-4 at the time. Nobody's got to tell Russ Davis anything. 1-0 count. Neal also has picked up a single in this game. His 7th. plate appearance. 2 for 6. 2-0 count. O'Neill has had 5 career home runs off Belcher. O'Neill has faced these pitchers we've seen tonight in both leagues. That's why he's had so many at-bats against Bennis and Belcher.
That's right. You get Belcher, who was with the Dodgers from 87 to 91, and all of a sudden O'Neill's had a lot of ABs against these guys.
3-0 count. And he just pitched around him. Was not going to give him anything to hit. Second walk. Belcher has surrendered. This one comes with 2 down in the 14th. Ruben Sierra.
That was another reason that Bernie Williams was not bunting. If he had been in a sacrifice and been successful with it, first base would have been open. They'd have walked O'Neill. With the success he's had off Tim Belcher, you don't want to lose that opportunity.
Well, Sierra has risen to the occasion in these 2 games. A home run in the 6th, his second of the playoffs. In the 12th inning, picking up a double and driving home a run that tied the game up at 5. 2 down, runner at first. And Sierra takes it down low, ball 1. Ruben Sierra, what an acquisition he has proven to be for the New York Yankees. Yet there was a time after he came where he had his agent call Buck Showalter to complain about the fact he wasn't getting enough playing time.
Well, the thing was, too, his agent called Buck Showalter about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening in the manager's office. Got the direct line.
Oops. Sierra, second base. Felix Fermin. We've completed 14. Griffey will be coming up when we come back to go to the 15th inning. Ken Griffey Jr. here at Yankee Stadium will lead it off in the top of the 15th. Can he do it again? 2 for 5, a single, home run, sac fly. Looked like a game-winning homer in the 12th inning. The Yankees came back in the bottom half of it to tie it up. Mariano Rivera evens it up at a ball and a strike.
Pretty good matchup right here. A couple of 25-year-olds. Rivera with the good heat. Also a slider.
Griffey takes the off-speed pitch that time. 2 balls and 1 strike. Rivera's not afraid to throw the repertoire and challenge it. He's done an outstanding job, has 4 strikeouts. Misses with that one. 3 balls and 1 strike now on Griffey. Rivera has not walked anybody. It's coming on in the game for the Yankees. 3-1 pitch. That one off the fist to center field. Bernie Williams. Griffey retired, 1 away in the 15th.
We haven't seen many examples of it, especially with the junior going deep. But every once in a while you see maybe the effects of the broken wrist. Couldn't quite turn on that ball. Had a hitting situation, got the fastball. Also may have been a little surprised with the zip that Rivera has on the fastball. Good pitch by Mariano Rivera.
Talk about gaining some experience. Rivera's doing that. 2 2/3 work, no base runners, 4 strikeouts for him. Now faces Edgar Martinez. Martinez has had a 2 for 5 ball game. The designated hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike.
How about some of the young players that have gotten into this game gaining experience? Russ Davis, Chris Widger, Mariano Rivera, Bill Risley earlier in the game. Yesterday.
There's a song there somewhere. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 down, base is empty. Foul back by Martinez. Ball and 2 strikes. There are many Yankee faithful still here as part of that 57,000 plus house and still applauding.
What school? What work?
1-2 delivery. Swung on, hit right up the middle. Right underneath the glove of Rivera and Martinez. Mercy, mercy, folks. The umbrellas are going up. It is raining here in the 15th inning.
You talk about a batting champion and a beautiful swing. I know they do, but I hope the fans in Seattle appreciate getting the opportunity to watch Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr.
Jay Buhner. Two for 5, a single and a double in the game for Buhner. Runner at first, 1 out. Fouls that one off. Rivera ahead on the count, 2 strikes. Tim Belcher working out of the bullpen in this game, hoping for his team. Buhner again late on the fastball, fouls it back. It remains at 2 strikes.
You know, we talked about that great ratio that Buhner had with 123 hits, 121 RBIs. The guy right behind him all time, Jim Gentile. And I know Marty Aronoff saw Jim Gentile play.
And he could play. Gentile, a big stick, Baltimore. First base.
Diamond Jim did it in 61, had 147 hits with 141 RBIs.
That's production, huh? 0-2 delivery again. Buhner takes it inside. Rivera 1 ball 2 strikes on him, 1 down. Edgar Martinez on at first base. 15 hits now for the Mariners, 10 for the Yankees. Each team with 5 runs. Junior watching. 1-2 delivery. Buhner rips it up the middle. He's got a base hit. Bernie Williams coming in to get it to hold the runner at second. Martinez stays there. And with 1 away, back-to-back singles by Martinez and Buhner have put runners on at first and second.
Well, a couple of things you have to think about now. The outfield grass is getting more wet after the rain falling. Got wet earlier with the rain we had this afternoon in the New York area. You also have a slow outfield, so the outfielders have to charge the ball. Bernie Williams came in and got that ball in a hurry. Sterling Hitchcock's warming up to make sure the runner, in that case Edgar Martinez, stayed at second base. But also keep in mind the ball's going to be wet when it gets into the outfield now.
It'll be much tougher to throw. Here is Doug Strange.
Third baseman, Doug Strange.
1 down. Runners on at first and second. Strange 0 for 2 is grounded out and popped up since he came on to play at third base back in the 10th inning. He got his first at bat. And Rivera's pitch misses up high. Ball 1. The Mariners threatening again here in the 15th inning with 1 away. The Mariners threatening again here in the 15th inning with 1 away. Doug Strange, check at second base, waiting. That one is on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rivera and Strange, a couple who probably never expected to be in this game, and not at 1:10 Eastern time either. Foul back. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
They have a rookie. You have Doug Strange, who last year was a member of the Texas Rangers, 31-year-old, and a 25-year-old.
Strange has been a journeyman baseball player, and a good one. 1-2 delivery. Just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. How about the umpiring crew? They haven't even had a chance to sit down since 8 o'clock last night. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Strange. Runners at first and second. Check swing, and he didn't go around. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Anytime a pitcher has a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and you have 2 strikes on you, that high fastball is the toughest one to stay away from. That was a check swing, though, by Strange.
3-2. Runners off first and second. Strange fouls it back. Edgar Martinez at second, Jay Buhner on at first. Again, a reminder, neither a particularly fast base runner. Lead runner Martinez, Buhner at first base. Already they're having to clean the cleats a little here as the infield dirt dampening. 3 balls, 2 strikes again. Strange takes it. Strike 3 called.
We've seen a lot of pitches in this same area all evening. Throughout the 15 innings, we've seen some even lower than that called strikes. So Strange really can't complain because Dale Scott's been consistent most of the night with that pitch that's down.
You got to know when you go up there. At this point, it's going to be a strike. First and second and 2 down. Tino Martinez. Strange back to the bench. Martinez try and get the 2-out hit here. 2 for 6, couple of singles and an RBI. Takes the pitch down low, and Rivera falls behind on him. 2 balls and no strikes. Martinez off second, Buhner off first. Ooh. Fernandez got caught. The shortstop jockeying with a base runner. He was all the way over to second base on that pitch.
A little bit of a mix-up. I'm surprised Tony hasn't gone in there to talk to Mariano Rivera. When this pitch was delivered, Fernandez was close to second base, right behind Edgar Martinez, and Rivera went ahead and threw to the plate.
Didn't get the call. 3-0. Would you green light Tino Martinez here with 2 down? They did. He bloops it out to center field off the fist. Bernie Williams is there. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left on. Bottom of the 15th from Yankee Stadium at 5-5. Don Mattingly against Tim Belcher in the bottom half of the 15th inning. A solo home run, 2 singles, and a walk in this game for Mattingly. There are careers being played here tonight, this morning. Belcher gets the strike on the outside corner to Mattingly. Belcher's given up a couple of walks, has not struck anybody out. 3 hits off Belcher. A starter in a reliever's role here, and most appropriate in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mattingly.
And you have to go back and give some credit to these 2 guys, Belcher and Rivera, who've come into this ballgame knowing that if they make a mistake, they'll pay.
Mattingly to short. Soho to play. Got him. They had moved around, playing him to pull. So Luis Soho was towards that second base side. Out to center field off the fist. Bernie Williams is there. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left on. Bottom of the 15th from Yankee Stadium at 5-5. Don Mattingly against Tim Belcher in the bottom half of the 15th inning. A solo home run, 2 singles, and a walk in this game for Mattingly. There are careers being played here tonight, this morning. Belcher gets the strike on the outside corner to Mattingly. Belcher's given up a couple of walks, has not struck anybody out. 3 hits off Belcher. A starter in a reliever's role here, and most appropriate in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mattingly.
And you have to go back and give some credit to these 2 guys, Belcher and Rivera, who've come into this ballgame knowing that if they make a mistake, they'll pay.
Mattingly to short. Soho to play. Got him. They had moved around, playing him to pull. So Luis Soho was towards that second base side, 1 away.
Nice charge by Soho to come in on the ball, play a little tricky hop, stay with it. Thing you know, too, as an infielder in this situation, with Mattingly running, you have time. But he gets that hop, watches it into the glove, and then completes the play.
One down, nobody on here in the bottom of the 15th. Pat Kelly had only one plate appearance, had a sacrifice. Kelly playing at second base. And Belcher gets the strike into him. Kelly struggled mightily at the plate this year for the Yankees. Down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. One away and the bases are empty. Belcher's overhand pitch, foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes on 27-year-old Pat Kelly. Kelly in '93 had hit .273 for the Yankees as they watched from under the umbrella. 93 games last year, hit .280, so that batting average this year just a real surprise and disappointment for him and the Yankees. He'd just shown himself over a couple of seasons to be a better hitter.
He's battled through some injuries too. Yeah, he's not a .240 hitter. He's much better than that.
Kelly here working with a 2-2. Belcher's pitch again missing, and it goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Five hours, 9 minutes, and counting. Time of this game. Walked him. Third walk given up by Belcher. Kelly gets it with 1 away here in the 15th. Jim Leyritz coming to the plate. He's just getting the ear of his catcher, Widger. Just reminding him what he wants here with a runner on at first base, how he wants pitcher to throw. Lou Piniella hollering out the instructions. Jimmy Leyritz 0 for 5 and hit by a pitch. Rain continues to fall here at Yankee Stadium. 1 down. Oh, Widger, nice play. Oh, man.
He's shown some reasons why the Mariners have him as their backup catcher. Keeping the ball in front of him.
One away. Nobody playing for a bunt here with Leyritz up and a runner at first base. Missed inside on that one. 2 balls and no strikes. Not a big lead at first for Pat Kelly. The slider misses. 3-0.
Now, just looking back, Gary, at my scorecard, then again, that's like reading a novel. But the Yankee bullpen has not walked anybody. Wickman, Wetland, Rivera. The Mariner bullpen has gotten by with a few walks. They've been walking that tightrope.
Dangerous territory. Wells will get ready in the bullpen now for Seattle.
You also have a team that is used to playing half of their schedule indoors, not having to deal with the sloppy mound, the wet grass in the outfield, the rain coming down.
5-5 in the 15th. Raining a little harder. 3-0 count. Leyritz takes the strike. Belcher just puts it in there. 3-1. Fly ball, right field. Maybe. It could be. Back at the wall. Goodbye. Home run. The Yankees win. Jim Leyritz, a 2-run homer in the 15th inning. Yankees win 7-5.
Tim Belcher paid the biggest price of all with a 3-1 pitch that he had to throw for a strike. Jimmy Leyritz, with the power of a guy who hit 17 last year, goes yard and wins it here in New York.
25-year-old Mariano Rivera will be the winning pitcher in this game, and the veteran Tim Belcher will take the loss. It took 5 hours and 13 minutes before Leyritz gets his revenge on Seattle. Involved in beanball incidents twice this year, including tonight. He gets a 2-run homer in the 15th inning.
We talked about all the mistakes that were made in the ball game tonight, and every time a pitcher made one, it was costly. But again, the most costly mistake made by Tim Belcher, he had to come in with that 3-1 fastball.
12 runs and 27 hits between these two teams in a classic confrontation. And the Seattle Mariners will head home down in this series 2-0. The final score, the Yankees win it 7-5. Our Chevrolet player of the game, Jim Leyritz, in conjunction with the program Chevrolet, contributing a total of $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and the names of all the players of the game in the '95 Major League season. And tonight, it is Jimmy Leyritz. There's our final from Yankee Stadium. Stay tuned to this NBC station for the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. It'll be coming up after your local news. And more postseason baseball, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. Game 3 coming up on Friday. The Yankees and the Mariners. Tonight, the Yankees rock again. For Tommy Hutton and all of our crew, I'm Gary Thorne. Thank you for joining us, and good night from Yankee Stadium.
This telecast has been produced by the Baseball Network in association with NBC.